Alright, I think I got everything fired up. What is up, guys? Pastor Tanner here. Tomorrow is Sunday, which means I have to preach this sermon. So it needs to be done today. It's not complex. It's not complicated. It's quite simple. Due date tomorrow. Needs to be finished today. Got a whole pot of tea. Check that out. Ready to go. Ready to go. Okay. We were preaching on the essentials, and we were critiquing Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And we need to think about how the sermon's going to go. Because these are the things I'm going to focus on right here. Godliness with contentment is great gain. We brought nothing into the world, we can take nothing out of it. But if we have food and clothing, we will be content with that. So that's what we're rolling with. The question is, where does Maslow's hierarchy go? And how does all this fit together? Let's just start our Canvas document, because it needs to be started at some point. Otherwise, we'll never get anywhere close to being done. And we're not 17 to 19, we're 6 to 8. The essentials. And Paul essentially tells us what the essentials are, according to him, at least. If we have food and clothing, with this we will be content, says Paul. If we have food and clothing, with this we will be content. Now, in Maslow's hierarchy, this is the very bottom of the pyramid. Maslow essentially says, look, this is the basics. You got to get these covered, and then you can go towards self-actualization. Here's my thinking. Maslow's hierarchy works like this. Here, let me bring up a picture of it. See Maslow's hierarchy here? Maslow's hierarchy essentially shows that if you cover psychological needs first, or physiological needs first, then you can go to your safety needs, then you can go to love and belonging, then you can go to esteem, then you can finally go to self-actualization. I think what I'm going to contest is that... I think what I'm going to contest is that the reverse is true. The pyramid needs to be flipped. Self-actualization is at the bottom, and that only comes through Jesus Christ. You can only find self-actualization through Jesus Christ. And then that foundation allows you, like, your safety, your physiological needs, all of these things God gives us, right? That's the biblical. Paul says, as long as we have food and clothing. But if we have food and clothing, we will be content with that. And the biblical teaching is that God provides that for everyone who needs it. Right? Oh, excuse me. Right here. God provides that for everyone who needs it. So, it's funny because this pyramid assumes that Christianity isn't true, even though it doesn't explicitly say that, right? Because you're trying to fulfill each of these needs as you go. Wherein Christianity, we find our self-actualization in Christ, and then then all of these fall into place. God takes care of me with my physiological needs. He clothes the birds of he clothes the birds of the air, he clothes the flowers of the field, etc. My safety is covered in him. If I'm safe or not safe, I don't know. It's part of how I'm thinking about this. I don't know if it's right, but that's how I'm thinking about it. So, depending on where I go with this, so I need to clarify that thought a little bit more. But depending on where I go with this, it seems to me like Maslow's hierarchy needs to be early on in my sermon. If I wait till too late to speak about it, then I'm not going to be able to use it as a foil, a healthy foil to Christian perspective on it. Need a good cross-reference as well. Philippians 4, 11, and 12 might be good. Yeah, let's do that. Philippians 4, 11, and 12. Boom. Oh man, once the tea hits the perfect temperature, it's good stuff. Once it hits that temperature, I want to drink it all down immediately, but that isn't always a good idea. And then now, we go 1 Timothy 6 to 8. That is what we had, right? Yeah. So this will go up here. And it's week 4. This will be the 4th sermon I preach on the topic of coronavirus. It's very interesting. This thing's changed our world, man. Changed our world. And I'll just give a recap. Week 1 to 3, talk about what they were about. And then we ended up in the same text, really. 1 Timothy 6. So, I can mention that. Actually came up with these sermons independent of each other, but both of them I ended up in 1 Timothy 6 because it's here that Paul talks a lot about this topic. I want to actually put this thought before these other two. This question of what do we truly need? Should come afterwards, because it's kind of the culmination of the thought. So this will go here. So I'm going to talk about the fact that we have tons of entertainment. Like, I'm not going to mention this in the sermon, but, you know, I am streaming to gaming websites. My Steam library is so large that if I did nothing but play video games for the next 50 years, I don't think I would play out my video games, right? So it's interesting that this would hit right now. We have all this entertainment, all of this stuff. So that has driven me to the question, what do we truly need? What are the essentials? Because those are the things we should be focusing in on during this time. The essentials, whatever those are, that's what we should be doing. That's what we should be thinking about. And then I'll probably have my proposition here. Prop. Don't know what it is yet, but there it is. And then I'll have my 3 main points. Okay, well, we've at least started to develop the concepts. Doesn't mean we've got the guts of what the message is going to be yet. The concepts are here. I need to grab an old school. I opened Kindle on accident. Need to grab an old school sermon and put the orange arrow in. Just grab this. Oh, the question is, I need an old sermon where I actually used the orange arrow. That might be harder to find. Yeah, you can see all that. Blues, reds, greens. No orange. I know I used an orange arrow before. It's just rare because it comes in sermons where I have 4 points instead of a typical 3. And those aren't very common. And my sermons used to be a lot less. Look how light that is. Man, that looks like it took 5 minutes to prepare. I'm sure it didn't, but now I've got them just absolutely chock full. There's an orange. Nice. Boop. Done. Do I need to reopen this? Yeah, there we go. There's my orange arrow now. Let's put this up here just in case. Alright. Got a decent starting framework. Now I just kind of got to figure out what I'm preaching about, really. I mean, I know I'm going to talk about Maslow's hierarchy, right? So that's going to be in there. But what am I going to say about it, you know? Am I going to introduce it up here? So I could do something like, let's think, worldly views of essentials. Godly view of essentials. This becomes more of like just a polemical exercise, though. It's like, here's what the world says about the essentials. We disagree. Here's what the Bible says. Believe the Bible, you know. It's fine, but I don't know that it's very compelling. Man, how am I so sore? I haven't worked out in like 2 to 3 days. So what's some of my concluding application going to be? Is it going to be essentially like just be content? Godliness with contentment is great gain. It might be just be godly. We brought nothing into this world, we can take nothing out of it. But if we have food and clothing, we will be content with that. So I think the whole sermon is focus on godliness. Even during this time. So then the follow-up question becomes, in what ways? In what ways? Let's go passage guide. And I want to see how this is used in biblical and systematic theologies typically. I don't know why this would be in theology proper, but statements in Luke about money are not unique. Paul's advice is similar. It is far better to trust God than money. That might be relevant in this sermon. Is this Kostenberger? No, Darrell Bach. I should have known. It's on Luke, right? Luke's many warnings through Jesus about money and possessions in both parables and teaching are comparable to what Paul teaches in the pastorals. Here we see a parallel set of values and a warning about overattachment to the world. Okay, both of those are good. I don't know if I'll use them, but they're good. Not their want. Food and clothing are promised. This speaks of provision of basics for survival, not luxuries. Jesus taught radical trust in God to provide for the needs of his people. He essentially told his disciples that if they were prepared to renounce a love of money and self-reliance and place their full trust in God, living in dependence and pursuing God's kingdom and his righteousness as their first priority, they would experience God's ongoing provision for their need. Jesus likened God's provision for those who seek first his kingdom to provision of God for their natural world. Food for birds of the air and beautiful adornments of flowers, his provision flows as naturally. He also called the disciples to continue to work for caring for the poor, distributing what he gives them for the needs of others. Wealth is a gift from God, but where it is given, it is not hoarded for a rainy day, but redistributed for the needs of the marginalized and God's mission. Jesus demonstrates this radical contrast and concern for the poor in two miraculous provisions of food, the feeding of the 5,000 and the 4,000. Both are set in the context of his preaching and healing ministry. The crowds are hungry. The disciples want them to go away, but Jesus has compassion for them in their plight on both occasions. Jesus goes through the same process and orders the disciples to feed the people. With almost no food, the disciples are understandably lost and seek logical solutions. So Jesus takes what little they have and miraculously redistributes the small amounts of food to the huge crowds. He makes the natural supernatural, so to speak. Remarkably, the crowds are completely satisfied. Both miracles emphasize the bountiful provision of God. The people are filled, and there's plenty left over. These miracles anticipate eschatological complete provision of God and the satisfaction of God's people. I'm sure it can go on and on. Just grab this piece right here. Oh no, what has happened here? Did it just not paste? There it goes. Sometimes it bugs out. So Matthew 6:19-34 is something I'm going to have to go into. I have to sneeze so bad, but it's like right on the edge. Matthew 6:19-34. I might almost end the sermon with something like that. Because that's kind of what ends up happening, is in the end, Paul ends up teaching the very same thing as Jesus about first trusting in God, seeking first His kingdom and His righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. How does he do that? Because he says godliness with contentment is great gain. He tries to take our eyes off material possessions and says if we have food and clothing, we'll be content with that. And there's an assumption that God provides that, right? Man, I've got to grab Maslow's hierarchy as a illustration. It needs to be there. I don't usually have a illustration, but this one needs to be in there, I think. So we'll save that. Okay, let's continue. True belief. Those who have theological priorities right will show that in the way they live, not motivated by making money or empire building, but by the true words of our Lord Jesus Christ. Okay. This one's one of many, which means it's liable to not be very helpful. First letter to Timothy shares the same general characteristics as Titus, and that is, it too is concerned with a life threatened by the activity of opponents. Life threatened by activity of opponents. Interesting. I mean, we are kind of being threatened right now, but it's not by what you would think a typical opponent would be. It's instead by an invisible opponent, really. Let me put here. Just a thought I had. I may develop it later, I may not. Let's keep going. Record of fulfillment. Wow, look at this. Are they sure this is a systematic theology? This looks like a commentary on the book. What is this book? Okay, now he's getting into other stuff. It looks like a broad overview of the Bible info. Record of the Fulfillment of the New Testament by Wilfred Harrington. I see. Let's open it again. So, he's just giving a summary of the passage. Don't care about that. I want something as it specifically relates to the ideas of contentment, trusting God, those sorts of things. This is more like background stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of quotes in this book about Timothy, but none of it's really helping me. Let's try this one. I like this one, Udo Chanel. I've even put it up here on my toolbar because every time I've read it, it's been, wow, very insightful. Yeah. Good points, but not what I'm looking for. 1 Timothy 6:11, Eusebia. Why does it give me 6 to 11? I want 6, 6 to 8. And that's even my search here. See, it's like giving me the entire book of 1 Timothy. I don't care. Here we go. See, here he's talking specifically about my verse, much more helpful. The tensions we recognize in the letter of James fit into the social history of the post-Pauline Christianity. A development that had already begun in Paul's time continues. The integration of people from different social and economic levels with differing social status. Even in Paul's time, the congregations he founded did not represent a homogeneous group, but included people from all levels of society. In post-Pauline times, conflicts between these groups sharpened, since an increasing number of wealthy people joined the churches, and the gap between rich and poor was widened. Thus, the pastoral epistles call for self-sufficiency and explicitly warn against the consequences of love of money. It is hardly accidental that 1 Timothy concludes with a warning to the rich. The author of Luke Acts, by his warnings to the rich, also indicate that wealth and property had become problems in the churches he addresses. The letter to the Hebrews warns against the love of money and a slackening faith. Such lethargy is to be overcome with works of love. So he's just talking about these ideas in general. But I'll grab it because it's relevant. So this is in the context of self-sufficiency. That's the context in which this is placed. Is it still not pasted? Come on. If I try to paste it again, watch, it'll double paste. Guaranteed. Alright, not guaranteed, but highly likely. There it is, double paste. Don't need all that. Self-sufficiency. Man, that leaf has been bothering me, but I got it. Boom. Gonzo. Time for another cup. Alright, let's keep rolling. Is this more Udo Chanel? No. Ladd. George Eldon Ladd. Second, Paul uses cosmos of the inhabited earth, the dwelling place of humanity, the scene of history. It is the scene into which women and men are born. Yep, not what I'm looking for. Okay. Oh, there's a more button. Check that out. Boom. There's just a couple more to look through here, so let's grab this. On taking seriously Paul's disparaging comments about the silly nature of false teaching, I. Howard Marshall, as Johnson, Letters to Paul Delegates, points out, Paul does occasionally do more than just dismiss his opponent's teachings, but the brief clash of swords offered in these passages does not match the lengthy and deeply engaged argumentation present in Paul's other letters. Okay, so they say he's essentially pretty dismissive of these teachers. Let's see this one. Sometimes Paul uses cosmos. He encounters. So this is just the use of the word cosmos. Don't care. Is that what's going on here too? Yeah, same thing. Okay, don't care about any of those. So let's close each of these out. So we can have more room for our Pauline epistle based. Insights. Paul and the Faithfulness of God by N.T. Wright. Page 1321. Who reads books like this? Who writes books like this? Page 1321. I'm glad I can search this in Logos, because there's no way I would get to page 1321 and remember that in a footnote he discusses my passage. That's crazy. N.T. Wright, man. Absolutely nuts. And of course I should read this book at some point. But am I ever going to do it? Probably not. How on earth? Who has time to do that? Anyway, let's see what he says. When the traditional subject matter of early Christianity is put into the box we now call religion, various things happen. Many discussions of religion in relation to Paul bypass the question of actual terminology, since Paul seldom, even including Acts and the pastorals, uses Greek words which correspond to the Latin religio. And he gives a bunch of quotes. Eusebia, blah, blah, blah. What follows is therefore not an attempt to exegete things Paul himself says about religion, even in C1 terms, an attempt to place him on the map with Greco-Roman world of his day meant religio. Yeah, not going to worry about that. Let's see what this one says. It just talks about the false teachings they promote. Not helpful. Same thing here. Continues to be not helpful. Third time's a charm. One can hardly doubt that false teaching at least partially provoked writing of 1 Timothy. Yeah, not helpful. Here's a focus on 1 Timothy 6:6. Believers who trust God with their money find contentment. That's stated very simply. I kind of like that. Believers who trust God with their money find contentment. Paul explains how contentment manifested itself in his own life in Philippians 4:10-19. In these verses, he offers thanks for the gift of the Philippians. It has been said that this is a thankless thanks because Paul keeps reminding the Philippians he did not really need the gift. Such a description fails to understand Paul's purpose in these verses. His thanksgiving to the Philippians is genuine and heartfelt, but he also wants them to know he has learned to be content in every situation, whether poor or rich. He has learned to be content because he trusts God's provision in every circumstance, knowing that God will strengthen him. Thus, the famous verse about being able to do everything through Christ who strengthens appears in an economic context. Paul's no Stoic, teaching believers that the external world or circumstances don't matter. He's keenly aware of whether he has little or plenty. Nor are believers summoned to steel themselves and overcome calamitous circumstances. What Paul argues is that he was able to triumph by depending on Christ who strengthened him. Paul exalts God as the one who sustains in the midst of difficulties. This is great. Let's throw this in here. Again, don't know if we'll use it, but we're throwing it in there. Nice. Believers who trust God with their money find contentment. I like that one. Paul exalts God as the one who sustains him in the midst of difficulties. I like that. Cool. That was helpful. Who's this author? Thomas Schreiner. Nice. Thomas Schreiner. That's a good quote. This book is called Paul, Apostle of God's Glory in Christ, A Pauline Theology. Yeah, these are other... It's good that the Passage Guide captures these books because they often have a lot of insights in them, but you know, who reads these big biographies on Paul? I mean, this thing's nearly 500 pages, right? Alright, let's keep going. let's see, we had grabbed this one, so let's go here as well. 1 Timothy 6. The call to contentment in 1 Timothy has a different basis. Paul warns against falling in love with the things of this world, since all will leave the world the same way they entered it, with nothing. In the present era, therefore, we should be content with food and shelter, the basic necessities of life. Still, Paul's instructions in 1 Timothy are ultimately not different from his discussion in Philippians. Cool, he's putting them together here for us. The rich are to beware of arrogance, as if they themselves ultimately had anything to do with the money they acquired. Riches can lead people to think they are gods, worthy of admiration and worship. They are not to base their joy on uncertain riches, for money may vanish quickly, and will vanish when death arrives. Paul worries that riches will rivet our attention away from God, for believers are to set their hope on God. The call to set one's hope on God matches the admonition of Philippians. Paul's no ascetic, for he wants believers to enjoy every good thing God grants, as long as such enjoyment is in the context of trusting God instead of trusting in riches. And yet this is not the last word. There is no room in Paul for those who selfishly enjoy their riches. Those who are rich do not really trust God unless they are generous with their money, helping the needy, and eagerly distributing what God has given, so that they are rich in good works. Once again, Paul links such generosity with eternal life. That's what I preached on last time, though. So I'm just going to grab this first part. Right here, that's the quote you need. Boom. Got it. Alright, Schreiner's been helpful. Let's see what this next book has to offer. Paul, missionary theologian. This next book has to offer nothing. Literally nothing. Let's try this one. Pauline Perspectives. Okay, several features of New Testament usage back this up. For a start, there is no sense anywhere in the New Testament of people who are now humans having had a life prior to their conception and birth. There's no pre-existent soul. Jesus himself is the only exception in the sense of having existed prior to human conception and birth. But Paul does not say that this pre-human existence was that of Jesus' soul. When 1 Timothy 6:7 says, we brought nothing into the world and we will be able to carry nothing out, I regard this as rhetorical flourish. So he's making an argument about the pre-existence of the soul here. And I actually agree with him on this point as well, rhetorical flourish. Who wrote this? N.T. Wright. Yeah, I agree that that's rhetorical flourish. He's not saying you existed prior. Okay, let's keep going. 1 Timothy 6:6-10 places the rich under a special responsibility to be generous. God's kindness to them should be expressed in being kind to others, storing up treasures in heaven, not earth. Summary: the contribution of funds or other means of sustenance to those in need reflects caring, mercy, and piety. Since God is generous to us, we should be kind to others. This is why alms and other such contributions are acts of mercy. Okay, not wrong, but not particularly helpful. Grace teaches us to say no to ungodliness and worldly passions, to live self-controlled, upright, and godly lives in this present age. Quote from Titus 2. Seeing this life in light of the next encourages godliness with contentment. See, that is helpful. Seeing this life in light of next. That's going to be a key to being able to implement what we're going to be talking about here tomorrow. Seeing this life in light of the next. That's a key, right? Okay, keep trucking. Let's see, I just grabbed this one, so now I'll grab this one. Koheleth also demands reverence before God. He affirms, as does Paul, not only that God is a supplier of good gifts, but also they are to be enjoyed with contentment. Ecclesiastes' discourses on wealth are fully consonant with Paul's later development of these themes. Yeah. I reminded myself, after we finish these biblical theologies, I want to do a basic search, and I've got lots of collections. So do we have a collection on contentment? Let's just stick with contentment. It has a lot fewer hits. And we'll go Bible, 1 Tim 6:6-8. Boom. So looking through these is going to be helpful. And the other thing we want to do is maybe not search for contentment, but search for like living. I'm looking for collections on Christian living. I don't know, like this collection right here that says Christian living, that might be a good one. So I hit up Christian living, and I'll do the same thing. Martin on Twitch says, good morning, Pastor Tanner. Good morning, Martin. Good to see you. Got to crank this sermon out. Got to preach it tomorrow morning, so it's got to get done. How you doing, Martin? Bible, 1 Timothy 6:6-8. Boom. Look at that. So I got a collection on Christian living. Got a lot of hits there, and I got resources with contentment, and I've got a collection there. So let's continue through our passage guide. So we were here. New Dictionary of Biblical Theology. Allusions are made to the Jesus tradition, the Old Testament Jewish traditions, to secular wisdom. Okay. Let's try this one. Although theological refutation appears in several places, in response to the opposition, the blanket characterization of false teachers by means of vice lists, blah, blah, blah. Let's try here. Alluding text, not helpful. Let's try here. Luke probably idealizes the earliest period, but in the New Testament as a whole, is not seen as a paradigm for later Christian communities. Jesus' call for freedom from anxiety about riches is continued, as is the charge to care for the poor. So they're talking about redemptive historical timing, the fact that the poor are still with us, the distribution of wisdom. Who wrote this? Charles Scobie, The Ways of Our God, An Approach to Biblical Theology. Jesus' call for freedom from anxiety about riches is continued, as is the charge to care for the poor. Okay. Martin says, our pastor recorded his sermons on Thursday. We aren't set up for live streaming yet. We are just releasing the videos at the normal service times. That's cool, Martin. The first week we did this, that's what we did. I didn't live stream it. The very first week I just posted the sermon to YouTube the night before. I posted the sermon to YouTube the night before, and I encouraged people to watch it. That worked okay, but I actually really appreciate the interaction that I can have with the various people and the various platforms if I live stream it. So we're going to continue trying to live stream. I think it can be more helpful because afterwards people can ask questions, you can see people interact, all of those things. But that is the live stream of the sermon plus a Q&A, and the Q&A I think really tries to draw the congregation together. It's almost like we're all in the foyer or the sanctuary together and we're chatting afterwards, kind of like people do typically. So I've seen a lot of benefit to that. So I do prefer live streaming it, but I mean, if all you can do is post, then that's all you can do, right? Third, there is a reaction to erroneous teaching. Teaching that was not in accord with Pauline teaching was an ongoing problem. Although time is not to be wasted in responding to empty speculations, there are places where a response to false teaching leads to fresh formulations. Earlier, the teaching of the Judaizers was responsible for inciting Paul to major developments in the doctrine of justification. It's kind of interesting how what this quote is getting at is that in times of need or difficulty, the church is forced to rethink some of its ideas, reformulate some of its ideas. And that's kind of then where this comes into play. That's helpful. Who wrote that? I. Howard Marshall, Kevin Van Hooser, Stanley Porter, Beyond the Bible, Moving from Scripture to Theology. That sounds like an interesting book. Published by Baker Academic. This might be one to read. How long is it? It doesn't look that long either. No, this is short. I can read this. It's 120 pages. Boop. Dropping it on the list. Martin says, yeah, I'm sure our church would like to do that. At the moment, the way we're maintaining fellowship is through twice daily emails from our pastor with points to consider for prayer, and everyone in the congregation has been assigned a small group with a deacon to act as a point of contact, so to speak. That's really cool. We're not doing anything like that. I send out a midweek email, and in that midweek email, I also record a small video to YouTube with a devotional thought. I run those Bible studies on Thursday nights, and then I just preach on Sunday mornings and do the Q&As afterwards. So it sounds like you guys are doing more in terms of the day-to-day interaction and then the small groups. We don't have any small groups in our church, so that's very interesting. I like that, Martin. Let's grab, this isn't going to be helpful, but I'm going to do it anyway. Completionist. Moving on to the New Testament, the word group appears quite frequently in Paul's later epistles. What word group is he referring to? Eusebia. Concerning the second term, Eusebia, Vine highlights the term's etymological makeup, noting that it comes from eu, well, and sebamoi, to be devout. Then he extrapolates its significance, arguing that the word group denotes that piety which, characterized by Godward attitude, does that which is pleasing to him. Yeah, this is just etymological stuff. Not typically helpful. Paul mentions greed or covetousness several times, and then it's just embedded in a bunch of quotes. As Paul said, we should be content with what we have, live within our means, and glorify God with the resources and opportunities that have been given to us. He's talking about coveting. Yeah, not helpful. Martin says, our pastor is working on recording a Bible study on Exodus, so he's asking people to send in their questions so he can provide answers. It's not ideal, but it's a good way to continue the Bible reading program. Yeah, I mean, that works. That works. I think that's not a bad idea at all. Martin says, are you planning on doing an extra service for Good Friday? I was not. Are you of an Anglican tradition, Martin? Or maybe just more traditional? Baptists don't typically, I don't know how to put it, celebrate Good Friday. I don't know that I've seen Baptists give a lot of weight or credence to Good Friday. So that's something I hadn't thought of, but now that you mention it, it might be good to put out an additional video or something like that. I would assume you're of a more liturgical tradition if Good Friday is a major point for you guys. Martin says, Reformed Baptist, but we typically have a Good Friday communion service. Okay, cool. Well, it might be good for me to just put out a little video. It's a good thought. It's a good thought. Let me note that down. I've got these little notebooks for whenever I come up with a thought, just so I don't forget things. And that's a good one. Good Friday. Question mark. Retro Romantic hitting us up on Twitch. Good morning, Retro. Good to see you. Welcome back. And I see you're on Twitch and not on Mixer. I read your messages this morning, by the way. I responded back, by the way. So I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Retro. Hope you're having a good morning. Yeah, this is good, but it's basic. Let's try this. Paul instructs Timothy on how to deal with elders who do well and those who sin and are even unrepentant. He gives directions for slaves and masters, and again explicitly connects his teaching on how people are to live to the truth of the gospel, warning against the desire to be rich. Paul places a solemn and binding charge on Timothy to do what Paul says, for God's glory. Okay, not particularly helpful. Continue on. Ooh, a book titled Neither Poverty Nor Riches, A Biblical Theology of Material Possessions from Craig Blomberg. This sounds very, very helpful. Man, this whole paragraph is going to be helpful, I think. Retro says, I'm usually on Twitch. I just watch 3 people on Mixer. That left Twitch. Got you. There's one guy I watch on Mixer that left Twitch as well. And I think he left Twitch because he was given a contract, right? Mixer tried to combat Twitch by pirating a lot of Twitch's biggest streamers and paying them a big contract in order to come stream, right? Martin says, we're not a high church liturgical type, but we have an extra service on Good Friday morning. In the UK, Good Friday is a public holiday, so no one's at work anyways. Got you. I didn't know that. Did not realize that. That's good to know. Hey guys, I've been drinking a lot of tea. As if you were here at the beginning, this thing was full, right? So, this tea is cold. I need to go heat it up, and I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to be right back. Let me put just a text on screen telling people that I'll be right back. And let's make it black so that people can read it. Boom. Nice and big. BRB. Just got to hit up the restroom and heat up this tea. Be right back, guys. Alright guys, I'm back. And I put on some more boiling water too. So I'm going to have to run up and make some more tea here in a second. Keep one ear out so I can hear for the whistling kettle. Let's see. Okay, cool. You guys are just interacting with each other. Very nice. Alright, let's read this paragraph because I think this one's going to be good. This book is like on the topic we're talking about. The penultimate passage in 1 Timothy, directly relevant to our topic, appears in 6:3-10. Here Paul refers in greater detail to the dangers of the love of money. Godliness must not be seen as a means of financial gain. Rather, godliness with contentment in whatever circumstance one finds itself is viewed as great spiritual gain. This contentment need not depend on more than the basic necessities of life. Obviously, some people in the church whom the writer associates with the heretical opposition thought that godliness led to monetary gain. A desire to be rich animated some of the congregation. Verse 7, reminiscent of Job 121, explains why Paul can encourage such contentment. We brought nothing into this world, we can take nothing out of it. The danger of riches involves both heteropraxy and heterodoxy. Those who want to get rich fall into temptation and trap and into many foolish and harmful desires that plunge people into ruin and destruction. Furthermore, some people eager for money have wandered from the faith and pierced themselves with many griefs. In between these two statements appears one of the most famous verses in Scripture on our theme. For the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. The NIV gets both the translation and interpretation correct at two key points that are often missed elsewhere. First, there is no article in the Greek before root. It would be difficult to demonstrate that the love of money is the most foundational cause of all kinds of evil, but it is certainly an important one. Second, no scripture ever declares money at the root of all kinds of evil, but rather love of, allegiance, or attachment to. Okay. This is helpful right here, this piece. Nice. We'll go here, bold, and here, bold. Very good. Just catching up on chat. Richard says, making money off faith isn't rad at all. Indeed. Indeed, Retro. Agreed 100%. And you guys are talking about the Trinity. Very cool. Ooh, that's nice. Good tea. Okay. Where did I pull this from? Oh, there we go. This is where I pulled it from. Okay, so all of these. Yeah, so those are just all the quotes from the paragraph I just read. Pilgrim Theology, Core Doctrines for Christian Disciples. Similarly, Paul calls for contentment. We brought nothing into the world, we can take nothing out of the world, but if we have food and clothing, with these we will be content. God gives life to all things, and richly provides us with everything to enjoy. Paul interpreted God's exhaustive providence over every detail of our lives, including where we would live and how long, not as an oppressive intrusion, but as proof of God's generosity and nearness. Out of lavishness, displayed in the marvelous variety of richness of creation itself, God continues to pour out his common blessings on all people. Precisely because God does not depend on the world or share his own unique existence and freedom with creatures, he is an inexhaustible fountain of loving generosity. Therefore, we neither hoard possessions as if God's gifts were scarce, nor deny ourselves good pleasures as if God were stingy. Okay? Some of these quote might have been more relevant to my sermon last week, but still helpful. I like, we neither hoard possessions as if God's gifts were scarce, nor deny ourselves good pleasures as if God were stingy. I like that. And I like that God's providence is a proof of God's generosity and nearness. Dustbuster popping in on Twitch. Hey, Pastor Tanner. Hey, Dustbuster, how you doing? Welcome. Hope you're having a good morning. Sorry the other night I was lagging out. Hey, that's no problem. I was actually doing my Bible study at the time for my church. And, yeah. I think it was a little heavier than most people were used to in terms of Bible study. I had some feedback that my congregation couldn't understand very well. And then I got in a fight with an atheist in the middle of the stream, which was bad. Dustbuster says, thank you, hope you're doing well also. I am. I'm doing very well. Martin says, what time are your Bible studies? I caught the first one, not the second one. We do our weekly Bible study on Thursdays at 6:30 Mountain Time, or Colorado time. I don't know. I don't even know who has daylight savings, who doesn't. I don't know what it is, GMT or anything like that. But 6:30 Colorado time, Thursday nights, is when we do our weekly Bible study on apologetics. Dustbuster says, I like the in-depth Bible studies. Cool. I've heard a variety of feedback. Some people really like it, but somebody did text me after our last one on Thursday and said that was really heavy and I couldn't keep up. But I did note that it was going to be the heaviest of all the Bible studies we were going to do. Martin says, oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty late for me. I must have just been up late the first time. Got you. That makes sense, Martin. Dustbuster says, dude, I did a Bible study with my pastor on eschatology. That's probably a little more in-depth. That's awesome. What eschatology do you adhere to, Dustbuster? I'm curious. I like eschatology quite a bit, but only recently. Retro says, so Jesus was not God in the flesh for his stay on earth to suffer as us? Retro, Jesus was God in the flesh. But in terms of the Trinity, Retro, we differentiate between being and person. Okay? So, you guys have been talking about Jesus and God the Father being different people, right? They are different persons. Okay, so the Father is one person, the Son is one person, the Spirit is another person. So it's within the one being that is God, there exist three co-equal and co-eternal persons, namely the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's kind of a brief definition of the Trinity. Okay, so we differentiate as Christians between being and personhood. You are one being and you are one person. You are both. A rock has being, so it is one being, but zero persons. A rock doesn't have personhood. Okay, so you are one being, one person. A rock is one being, zero persons. Okay, God, according to Christianity, is one being, three persons. So when you're talking about on the level of personhood, this is where there's a disconnect at times. It sounds like you're saying that when we say that the Son is not the Father, and hold on one second, my tea kettle is going off. Be right back. Sorry to interrupt this. I will be right back. I gotta go get my tea kettle though. Alright guys, never before seen footage. I'm going to make tea right here. Tea with Pastor Tanner. Oh, that's good. So I'm going to finish this pot off. Oh, it's going a little bit over. That's good. Okay guys, we're going to make tea right now. And then we will continue talking about the Trinity. Alright, we're making tea. Do people stream stuff like this? I don't even know if this is a thing. Alright. I got my tea. My kettle. Okay. I got my pot. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, guys. Let's see, do I have a place I can set this for now? I do. So that water was just boiling. So here's what I made before. This was white tea. That's done. We're done with that. Get rid of that. Boom, no white tea for us. If anyone cares, those with the leaves, they're gone. Okay? Here's what we're going to drink now. We are going to drink Formosa Ruby 18 Black. Okay? This is what we're making. A very fine version of Ruby 18. It is intense with surprising licorice notes. There are notes of spice, hints of caramel, whisper of roasted vanilla bean. The dry finish completes what is very interesting dynamic experience from Taiwan. Okay? So, let's open this sucker up. Gotta get that aroma. Oh, that's good. Okay. And now we do a few teaspoons of this. Formosa Ruby 18 Black. And just so you guys can see the leaves, you can see this is really black. Really withered tea. These leaves are like 99% oxidized. So let's do some scoops in there. One more, we'll go one more scoop. Try to get good flavors. Okay, that's good. So, we now take our leaves, put them all in there. We're going to stick them. They're now in that. And here, the moment of truth. We're going to pour in all our water. Ah! Yep, that water's hot. All the way to the top. And then I'm going to leave this to steep for about 5 minutes. Black teas don't get bitter. Look at that, guys. Oh man, that's going to be good when it's done. So I'll set this off to the side, put the lid on it to contain the heat, and we will leave it to steep for 5 minutes. Alright. I know none of you asked to watch tea making, but that just happened. Okay. Alright. So, and I don't know that I'm going to point my attention to chat. I don't know that I can catch up on this in this time that I was making tea. So, retro. Within the one being of God, there exists three co-equal and co-eternal persons, namely Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So when you say that Jesus is not the same person as the Father, we say, yes, Jesus is not the same person as the Father. But then you think, so you're saying he's not God? No, he is God. Because within the one being of God, there are two persons. And so we distinguish between the Father and the Son on the level of personhood. But on the level of being, we don't distinguish between the two. On the level of being, they are one. Jesus said, I and the Father are one. On the level of being, they are one. On the level of person, they are two. They're different and distinct from each other. Okay? And so that's how we distinguish. It may seem like philosophical jumping around or something, but that's how we distinguish it within a Christian framework. Retro says, kind of get it, dude. Okay, cool. So that's the difference we're making there. Retro says, when he's human, or he wouldn't be human. That's exactly right. But he is also God at the same time. In his being, he is God. But in his being, he is always also human. He is 100% God and 100% human at the same time. Dustbuster says, easier for him to talk than for me to type. Yeah, I have an advantage. Dustbuster says, 100% man, 100% God. Exactly right. Hear you, dude. Okay, cool. So that's just our theological, that's our way of putting it theologically. You know, obviously some people may disagree with that. Man, how long has that been steeping? I should put a timer. You know what? You guys got me having fun. We're going to try something different here. I'm going to make a timer. Let's try. Let's see. Timer. Can I do one? Getting closer. Oh. Countdown from 3 minutes. Start. Okay, I got a timer going. And now let's try this, guys. This is pro streaming on the fly. That's what we're doing here. Custom script, edit script. Local file. Let's go grab these. Let's grab Chrono down, open, update text, good to go. Just change it black. And I need to change the size. It's so big. I don't want it to be that big. How can I grab it? Oh, no, not quite. By the time I figure this thing out, the T is going to be done. There we go. Look at that, guys. That's our T countdown timer. Boom. I did it. It wasn't as simple as it should have been, but I did it. Yeah, so you guys are just talking the Trinity. Good stuff. Dustbuster says, my pastor's been a huge blessing to me in understanding the Trinity. It's been a struggle for me for so many years to understand. Yeah, it's a difficult topic to understand. It can be understood, but it's difficult to understand. Retro says, praise the Son. Being silly there. No problem. Oh man, T's gonna be done soon. Which means I need to be, this is white tea. I need to finish this. I need to finish this whole thing in like 50 seconds, right? That's not good. We know I'm gonna be putting another BRB on there for going to the bathroom soon. Dustbuster says, honestly got really lucky with the pastor I have. He's really solid. Oh, that's awesome. Happy to hear that, Dustbuster. Lucky or providentially blessed, Kappa. Of course. We don't believe in luck, right? Man, I have to down this white. It feels so bad. I feel like I'm not even enjoying it. I'm just going for it. Don't worry, Dustbuster. We knew what you meant, buddy. Tea time. Look how it's darkened. Look at that. Look at that, guys. So now we pull out the leaves. You could let it steep longer because it's black. It probably won't get bitter, but why chance it? Why chance it? Nice. Oh, that's going to be good tea. I've not had this one before, by the way. This is the first time I've had this tea before. All right, let's pour it. And then let's wait a few minutes so that we don't burn our mouths. Because I always tend to burn my mouth. What does James say? He says you shouldn't say we will do this or that, but you should say, Lord willing, we will do this or that, right? That's funny. Okay. Let's see. We had just done this one by Michael Horton, so we need to keep pressing on. What about this one? Just arguing about Eusebia again, but it is a biblical theology book, so let's check it out. Forster argues that in the Hellenistic Roman period, when Eusebia mostly stood for the worship of the gods, the broader sense of respect for the order of life still remains. This is because the order of life were seen to be under protection of the gods. Okay, not helpful. Oh no, 41 is what I should be looking at. Greek noun Eusebia is used in, and he gives all the lists, and even more explicitly, godly devotion. So they're discussing what godliness means, right? That's actually helpful, to be honest, because I haven't dug into that, and it's important. So let's grab that, because that's going to be a piece of the sermon. I'm going to be talking about what is godliness, right? Because it says godliness with contentment is great gain. Well, I'm going to be talking about what is godliness, right? Dustbuster says, yeah, never knew anything in regards to covenant theology, nothing about five solas, etc. Wow, Dustbuster. And now you are out inviting random streamers to the Reformed theologians, Reformed gamers Discord. That's pretty funny. Now you're the biggest advocate. Okay, shepherds after my own heart. Let's check this one out. Peter's concern is that the hard work of oversight be done willingly. Although this particular verb is used rarely in the Greek Bible, the concept of willing service is common in the Old Testament. There, as in Essene material, the emphasis exceeds voluntarism to include a joyful embrace of God's will. In contrast to this response is the self-seeking interest of financial gain mentioned in verse 2. Feeding on the flock is a sign of predators, not shepherds. Okay. And here we just have a brief reference. But that soil must be cultivated and stirred up so that true godliness, Eusebia, will show itself in good works. Paul used this term 10 times in 1 Timothy. This piety of life or godliness is demonstrated when one lives out a life of faith in love and service to others. That's relevant. Instructed in sound doctrine, the believer denies all worldly lusts and lives in an upright and godly life, showing self-control in all things. Nice. That's a good one. It's a good one. Dustbuster says, haha, been under my pastor a few years now. I love Reformed Gamers, so happy you're there now. I'm happy to be there. Thanks for inviting me. Hopefully I'll get to know everybody a little bit more. I haven't interacted with everybody much yet. Alright, is this too hot? Moment of truth. It's a little too hot. I'm getting hints, though. Hints of the flavor. Reminds me of a strong English breakfast tea, to be honest. Okay. Well, good. Well, we went through all of the theology proper headings under our biblical theologies. So let's close out theology proper and let's open soteriology. Only one hit in soteriology. What does it say? Again, when a book references this many verses, it's rarely helpful. Under doctrine, one could classify all of this. Under precepts, one would classify all of this. So they're saying that it's a precept. Yeah, not helpful. Just far too much information there. So soteriology's done. Anthropology, no hits for anthropology. Ecclesiology, one hit. So also women's jewelry, the slaves of Christian masters, warning against acquisitiveness and love of money. Acquisitiveness. I think he means acquiring things, but I didn't even know that was a word. And separate section devoted to instructions on wealthy. So he's just talking about that pastoral epistles. Not helpful. Exegesis, one hit. What's this picture? Let's make this bigger. Look at this picture, guys. Timothy is the Bible's preeminent example of a Christian raised in the faith. The author of 2 Timothy says, I am reminded of your sincere faith, a faith that first lived in your grandmother Lois and your mother Eunice, and now I'm sure lives in you. So this is evidently Timothy. And so I'm guessing then this is Eunice, his mother, and this is Lois, his grandmother. Yeah. So Timothy, Eunice, Lois. That's cool. I didn't need that, but it was interesting. What I meant to look at was the argument beforehand. Again, it's just a summary. So we have crushed all of the biblical theology section on our text. So let's close that. Let's open ancient literature, because it'd be nice to go through and look at a few of these at least. I won't go into ancient literature yet. Next, we're going to do systematic theologies, and then we'll do confessional documents. But, as you guys may have guessed, I have to use the restroom, because I drank way too much tea. Ooh, that's good. Nice and balanced. Formosa Ruby 18 Black. Very nice tea. So let's put up the BRB again. I'm sorry, guys. This is what happens. And I will return very shortly. Alright guys, I'm back. Perfect. Dustbuster says, mix of us 1689 bros in there with some WCF. May take jabs at the WCF guys here and there, but it's all in good fun. I attend a Presbyterian seminary, so I know exactly what that's like. Martin says, still have the same pastor as when I grew up. All his sermons were expositional, and though I don't remember him preaching about Reformed doctrines from the pulpit a huge amount, except for where passages specifically taught it, Reformed theology and hermeneutics were always implicit in how he handled texts. That's kind of my approach, Martin. I've been in Reformed churches where they preached on those doctrines explicitly, and the approach I've taken is I'm Reformed, and that's just going to come out in my preaching, right? And so I'm not going to like force it into there. Dustbuster says, you know what though, one of my favorite teachers was R.C. Sproul. He's a WCF guy. Yeah. Honestly, the Presbyterians have some of the strongest theology out there. We owe them a great debt of gratitude and tradition. I don't think Reformed Baptist exists without Presbyterians like John Calvin and many others. So, it is what it is. Yeah, that's nice tea. It's kind of soft. I might, you know what? I'm going to steep it another few minutes. I just feel like it could use more flavor. Going back in. Going back in. And let's go 3 more minutes. All right. Dustbuster, most reformers are presbys. That's right. Martin says, really like Sproul's foundations and in his brief systematic theology in lecture form. Is that a 3-volume set, Martin? I have a 3-volume set from him. Dustbuster, love Johnny Mack and Sproul's back and forth with each other. Yeah, those two are fun, both of them. All right. Well, should we go? Let's see. We have confessional documents, we have systematic theologies, and we have ancient literature. Which one should we hit up, guys? Just for now. We'll hit them all, but which one should we do next? Again, ancient literature. So this is your apostolic fathers, your early church fathers, etc. Your systematic theologies, and your confessional documents. Let's see. You're talking Sproul, 30 lectures lasting 24 hours in total. Man, that's a lot. Dustbuster, pastor is Awe-Mill. I take historic pre-mill, post-trib stance. Got it? I have a lot in common with Awe-Mill. Martin says, don't think it's been published as a physical book. Okay, gotcha. Sproul has many good series. His From Dust to Glory is wonderful. Awesome. Yeah, Sproul hasn't had a massive impact on me. I like him, but he hasn't had a massive impact on me. Who was I talking to about apologetics? Because that's what kind of turned me off to Sproul. I'm a big Bahnsen fan, and we were talking about apologetics, and Sproul has kind of that anti-apologetic bent, right? Well, not anti-apologetic. He goes to evidentialist apologetics rather than presuppositional apologetics, and I tend to... Dustbuster says, I believe it was me, yeah. Yeah, I just... that kind of turned me off to Sproul a little bit. I still like him, don't get me wrong, but I never dug into him as much as I probably should have because of that. Martin says, I think his way of teaching is the absolute best I've come across. His analogies and illustrations are always very helpful. No, he's good. There's no doubt about that. He is good. Dustbuster says, yeah, he's evidential. I take pre-sub stance as well. Exactly. And so that's part of what turned me off to him. Dustbuster says, I think Durbin is pre-sub. I love Durbin. Durbin is... I've only recently run across Durbin within like the last 6 months or so. And I love Durbin's stuff. Durbin is really, really good. I appreciate him a lot. Tea time. Let's pull these leaves out again. And James White. See, Dustbuster, I've been following James White for a very long time. And it's only recent that I've come across Durbin as a result. Martin says, I read Sproul's book on defending the faith, book on apologetics. It's basically just tried to establish the Christian faith on the grounds of belief in God, belief in Jesus, and belief in the scriptures as God's authoritative word. Got you. All right, I'm going to go... Let's go to ancient literature. First of all, let's close all these because I've got way too many books open. Boom, 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 boom. And let's open up our first hit, Polycarp. Now, the beginning of all difficulties is the love of money. Since we know that we have brought nothing into this world and can take nothing out of it either, let us arm ourselves with the armor of righteousness and learn first to advance in the commandment of the Lord. Then let us teach our wives to remain in the faith taught to them and in charity and purity to cherish their husbands in all truth. So he's just kind of reiterating some of the scriptures, the well-known scriptures. Okay, let's try Hermas. Shepherd of Hermas. Now I'm going to tell you about faith, he said. There are two angels who accompany man, the angel of justice and the angel of wickedness. But how am I to know their operations, I said, if both are dwelling within me? Listen, he said, and you will understand them. The angel of justice is sensitive, modest, and gentle and calm. So when this angel comes into your heart, he will immediately converse with you about justice, purity, holiness, self-control, every just work, and glorious virtue. When all these thoughts enter your heart, you can be sure the angel of justice is within you. These are the deeds of the angel of justice. Let's see. Is that my verse? No. Believe him then and his deeds also. Now observe the deeds of the angel of wickedness. First of all, he is of a violent temper, bitter and silly. His deeds are evil and undoing of the servants of God. So when he enters your heart, know him from his deeds. Sir, I do not know I shall recognize him. I said, I shall tell you. He said, when violent anger comes over you, or bitterness, you can tell that he is within you. Then there arises the craving for excessive action, extravagance in many things, to eat and drink, numerous feasts, varied unnecessary dishes, the desire for women, covetousness, arrogance, boasting, and a host of similar related excesses. When they arise in your heart, you can tell that the angel of wickedness is within you. So, for what it's worth, a lot of Christians like to portray Christianity as like this unbroken chain of, godly men and all that type of stuff. There is all sorts of heresy in the early church. All sorts. And even in well-known documents, the Shepherd of Hermas is not some random document, right? But is the idea of different angels entering in your heart biblical at all? Now, if he's just describing the war of the flesh and the spirit, I understand that, but he keeps talking about these two angels, right, that are fighting. I don't know. It's very interesting. So then, since you know his deeds, keep away from him and put no trust in him, because his deeds are wicked and against the interests of God's servants. Here you have the workings of the two spirits. Understand them and trust in the angel of justice. Keep away from the angel of wickedness, because his teaching is evil in every respect. For even though a person have faith, if the desire of this angel arises in the heart, that man or woman is bound to commit some sin. Now, on the other hand, though a man or woman is very wicked, when the deeds of the angel of justice suggest themselves, they must necessarily perform a good action. So you see, he said, that it is good to follow the angel of justice, and to put yourself out of range of the angel of wickedness. This much, this commandment makes clear about faith, that you may believe the deeds of the angel of justice and live to God by performing them. Believe that the deeds of the angel of wickedness are difficult, and if you do not perform them, you will live to God. Very interesting. Dustbuster says, yeah, early church can be rough sometimes, but this is part of our history, right? So it's good to know it and to read it. All right. Well, let's grab Ambrose. Therefore, as I am about to speak of what is useful, I will take up these words of the prophet. Incline my heart unto thy testimonies, and not to covetousness. No, that's the Psalms. That the sound of the word useful may not rouse in us the desire for money. Some indeed put it thus, incline my heart unto thy testimonies, and not to what is useful. That is, that kind of usefulness which is always on the watch for making gains in business, and has been bent and diverted by the habits of men to the pursuit of money. For as a rule, most people call that only useful which is profitable, but we are speaking of that kind of usefulness which is sought in earthly loss, that we may gain Christ, whose gain is godliness with contentment. There's our verse. Great too is the gain whereby we attain to godliness, which is rich with God, not indeed in fleeting wealth, but in eternal gifts, which rests on no uncertain trial, but grace constant and unending. Dustbuster says, before this whole coronavirus thing started, our Sunday school was studying church history, reading from the book. Sorry, hit enter too early. I was going to say the book. Which one's the book? You're going to tell me, I'm sure. Restream says, congratulations, you've received 100 messages today with Restream chat. Thanks for being active, guys. 100 messages. I just thought of another emoji. A tea time emoji. Which book did I have my emojis in? Wifey told me this would happen, by the way. That if I kept multiple books, I would forget where I put certain information. She was dead right. Because I had a book with emojis in it, I just don't remember what it was. There we go. Exploring Church History by James Ekman. Let me see if I've got that one. Exploring Church History. I do have that one. By James Ekman. I've never opened it, though. Cool. 2002 Crossway. Very cool. How many pages is it? Oh, it's not long either. It's 100 pages. That's sweet. Nice little introduction to the topic. Oh man, Thane Thompson dropping 1,000 sparks with the flowering pot. Awesome. Thank you, Thane. Appreciate that. Dropping the 1,000 sparks on Twitch. Or not Twitch, Mixer. Really appreciate that. Vectorax jumping in the chat. Good to see you, Vector. He says, wives are right more than we want to admit. Ain't that the truth? Don't I know it? Look, I've got all these booklets. I told her, I was like, I'm going to keep multiple booklets, and they're just going to be for brain dumps. And now I can't find my information. And she was like, yeah, if you keep multiple booklets, you're not going to be able to find your information. Dead right. Wifey was dead right. Thanks again, Thane, for dropping 1,000 sparks. Appreciate that. Very, very cool. Let's see what else we got here. Martin says, I have a couple of different books for different university projects, and then one little book to keep on my desk to write anything down I might want to remember. Yeah, exactly. Dustbuster says this Exploring Church History is a great book. Good. Starts with the apostles, goes through the early church, through the Reformation, through Church of England stuff, all the way to modern day. That's great. Here, I'm going to put it on my list up here. And it's good to have, especially with church history, it's good to have something that covers everything broadly, and then you can pick which topics you want to center in on and go into more depth on. So that's awesome. Very, very cool. Okay, let's keep going. I doubt we're going to find many helpful hits here in the early church fathers, but let's keep trying. Oh boy, let's see what Chrysostom has to say. Would you have me speak of the domestic cares of wife and children and slaves? It is an evil thing to wed a very poor wife, or a very rich one, for the former is injurious to the husband's means, the latter to his authority and independence. It is a grievous thing to have children, still more grievous not to have any. For in the latter case, marriage has been to no purpose. In the former, a bitter bondage has to be undergone. If a child is sick, it is the occasion of no small fear. If he dies an untimely death, there is inconsolable grief. And at every stage of growth, there are various anxieties on their account, and many fears and toils. And what is one to say to the rascalities of domestic slaves? Is this then life, Theodore, when one's soul is distracted in so many directions, when a man has to serve so many, to live for so many, and never for himself? Now amongst us, O friend, none of these things happen. I appeal to yourself as a witness. For during that short time when you were willing to lift your head above the waves of this world, you know what great cheerfulness and gladness you enjoyed. For there is no man free, save only he who fives, that's got to be a typo, save only he who fives for Christ. He stands superior to all troubles, and if he does not choose to injure himself, no one else will be able to do this. But he is impregnable. He is not stung by the loss of wealth, for he has learned that we brought nothing into this world, and we can carry nothing out. He is not caught by the longings of ambition or glory, for he has learned that our citizenship is in heaven. No one annoys him by abuse or provokes him by blows. There is only one calamity for a Christian, which is disobedience to God. But all other things, such as loss of property, exile, peril of life, he does not even reckon to be grievances at all. This is awesome. I'm actually going to quote this, I think. And that which all dread departure hence to the other world, this is to him sweeter than life itself. For as when he has climbed on top of a cliff and gazes on the sea, and those who are sailing upon it, he sees some being washed by the waves, others running upon hidden rocks, some hurrying in one direction, others being driven by another, like prisoners by the force of the gale, many actually in the water, some of them using their hands only in place of a boat and rudder, and many drifting along upon a single plank or some fragment of the vessel, others floating dead, a scene of manifold and various disaster. Even so, he who is engaged in the service of Christ, drawing himself out of the turmoil and stormy billows of life, takes his seat upon secure and lofty ground. For what position can be loftier or more secure than that to which a man only has one anxiety? How ought I to please God? Hast thou seen shipwrecks, Theodore, of those who sail upon this sea? I'm just going to end here. This is funny, man. Very, very funny. Let's see. There we go. There's Chrysostom. I like his illustration. Vector-Ax dropping 100,000 sparks on Mixer with a bunny rabbit. Holy smokes. Thank you, Vector. Appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was our Sunday school lessons. It was projected to take us a year to complete. Got you. Okay. Dustbuster recommends that book. Martin says, I just read Berkhof's History of Christian Doctrine, which was not so much concerned with history itself, so much as development of doctrine. So something which deals with the historical side would be good to read next. Nice. Vector, do you know how these sparks work? I don't even know how they work. I appreciate that, by the way. You didn't have to do that. Let me, I'm going to go to my channel. And I don't even know how these things work. So hold on, I'm gonna have to mute myself real quick. You're live. Mute me. How do I mute me? There we go. So, oh, I haven't even set up my... I've seen in other people's streams on here how they include their sparks down below, and people keep an eye for them. VectorX says, I think they're just for fun. Got you. That's awesome. No, they're cool. There's a bunch of them, man. Really, really neat. Okay, so I can see here, it says I'm level 73 with 700,000 sparks. LOL, but it gave me lots of levels. Hey, that's awesome. Let me... Okay, so sparks... I see. So sparks level you up, and embers are like on Twitch, like Twitch points or whatever. So embers, so you get sparks and they level you up, and if you get enough sparks, your embers are worth more money. I see. Okay, so they aren't just for fun, but you want to collect a bunch of sparks, and then once you have lots of sparks, then you're hoping somebody will donate embers. That makes sense. Cool. Well, I appreciate it. That's awesome. Very, very cool. Okay. Where was I? I'm getting all distracted this morning. There you go. Vector says embers are like bits. Sparks are kind of like channel points. Got you. That makes perfect sense. Cool. Well, I appreciate it. Evidently, I have 700,000 sparks. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a lot or if that's not very many, but I have 700,000 sparks. But I do know if you get your sparks high enough, then your embers are worth more money, which is pretty cool. That doesn't hurt at all. I love this quote from Chrysostom. First, I love... There is no man free save he who, this is supposed to be lives, I can almost guarantee it, lives for Christ. He stands superior to all troubles. If he does not choose to injure himself, no one else will be able to do this, but he is impregnable. He's not stung by the loss of wealth, for he has learned we brought nothing into this world and carry nothing out. He is not caught up by the longings of ambition or glory. He has learned our citizenship is in heaven. No one annoys him by abuse or provokes him to blows. There is only one calamity for a Christian, which is disobedience to God. All other things, such as loss of property, exile, peril of life, he does not even reckon to be a grievance at all. That's a great quote. And then I like this illustration. For as when one has climbed to the top of the cliff and gazes on the sea, and those who are sailing upon it, he sees some being washed by the waves, blah, blah, all of these different things. But he's on the cliff. He's not even in the sea. Right? Cool. I like both of those. Dustbuster says, how am I not seeing VectorX's messages? Because he did them on Mixer, and I think you note that before. Vector says I'm on both platforms. Double support. Get some. They're on screen, says Martin. Yeah, I've got the little chat here in the corner, right here. Down here in this lower right corner, and that brings all my platforms together. Dustbuster says, oh, Mixer. Yeah, exactly. Lame. That's messed up. Vector says, I have a lot of sparks on Mixer since I saw he was on both. I figured I would drop some. Yeah, appreciate that, man. Thank you. Hypebot on Mixer, Dustbuster now the following. Not so lame now, is it? In your face, Vec. Thanks for the follow, Dust. I appreciate that. Does anybody know how to get emojis? Do I have to be a partner to get emojis? How do I get them? I want to make emojis. I think they're cool. Alright, let me get back after this. Emotes, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, emotes. You have to be an affiliate. Got it. Okay. And I can't be an affiliate until I have a certain number of followers, right? And a certain number of this, that, and the other. Dust says not sure on Mixer. Okay. Got you. Well, I probably won't ever be an affiliate. Just too small. I think it's 50 followers, says Martin. Really? That'd be cool. Because I've already got ideas for about 4 emotes. Vector says you're only 2 followers from affiliate. Really? That's crazy. And then a certain amount of streaming time, which you should be good for. I do stream quite a bit. I just got my March. Last night, they sent me my March stream results. Let me tell you guys my streaming for March. I didn't even realize it, actually. But they sent me my March streaming results yesterday. March streaming report. In March, I streamed 24 times. I streamed for nearly 38 hours in March. 37 hours, 54 minutes in March. And my maximum stream duration was 4 hours, 8 minutes. That's pretty cool. I didn't even realize I was streaming that much. So, that's pretty sweet. Oh! Somebody hit me up with the follow. Let's go look at this. V Solos, which I'm guessing that's 5 solos, which is fantastic. Hits me with the follow. Appreciate that. And of course, we get the Paul Washer in there. That's got to be an emote. Get the Paul Washers in the chat. See, if we had emotes, I could be like, put your Paul Washers in the chat for 5 solos. But I don't have any emotes, so I can't do it. Let's put down Paul Washer emote. Gotta have a Paul Washer emote. And it could be him preaching just like that. Boom. Get your Paul Washers in the chat for 5 solos. Thanks for the follow. 5 solos, I appreciate that. Dustbuster says, how do I use Sparks? I've got no clue, Dustbuster. Martin says, that's more than enough hours for affiliate. Awesome. Okay, wait. Dustbuster says you only get 1 emote until you get 10 subs, then you get 2, 15, then 25 for 3 emotes. Got you. Oh, so it's subscribers. You need subscribers in order to make emotes. Okay. Well, I'll subscribe to myself. I'm not afraid. Then you just need the average of 3 viewers. Dustbuster says, LOL, he got it, Beck. That V solos was 5 solos? Come on. You didn't think I'd get it? What a stud. The skills button. You're a skills button. Okay, I got you. You're a skills. You guys are horrible. I'm not getting any sermon prep done. I'm just hanging out with you guys. What is this? Dustbuster says, once you're an affiliate, then we can sub. When you get affiliate, you get 1 for every tier. Ah, I see. Vector hit me with another 1,000 sparks. He's got the watering can with the hearts. Appreciate that, Vector. You'll be surprised who doesn't get what the V is. Got you. Pastor Tanner knows V means 5 because he plays Grand Theft Auto 5 Kappa. Vector hit me with 10,000 sparks. Look at that. Are they all Easter related? Man, that bird, he's sitting on that egg. That's pretty cool. Flex. That's a lot of sparks. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right. Let's stop reading Chrysostom. Man, let's just blaze through some of these. Chrysostom was good. I might just read Chrysostom just for fun. He was awesome. Good illustrations, too. All right, let's chill on the early church fathers for now. Let's go here to our document. We got to think of a proposition. We've been coming up with all sorts of stuff, but we need to think of a proposition now. We've been talking round and around the text. And let's see. Our proposition is going to be something like I liked what Chrysostom said, that we are now Dustbuster dropping the 10,000, flexing. Everyone's flexing. Martin says, what's the text? Here, let me clarify. The text is 1 Timothy 6, 6-8. Okay, so let's check it out. 1 Timothy 6, 6-8. But godliness with contentment is great gain. For we brought nothing into the world, and we can take nothing out of it. But if we have food and clothing, we will be content with that. And so that's the idea. Oh, Dustbuster drops 100,000 with the bunny. Big flex. Oh, you guys are awesome. I appreciate it. I gotta log into Mixer now and see how many I have. You guys are just nailing me with sparks. Somebody figure out how to do you get affiliate on Mixer as well? Does it work the same? I now have 722,000 sparks. Move more sparks in 50 seconds for viewing. So you get them for viewing, and then you can drop them on people. I see. So it's 722,000 sparks right now. Very interesting. Another 100 sparks from Dustbuster. The hype. I appreciate that. Dustbuster says, what do sparks do? They're like channel points, but if you reach a certain level of sparks, then when anybody gives you embers, which are like bits, they're worth more. Okay, so I'm just going to give an example. Let's say you reach, I don't even know if this is true, but this is kind of how it works. Let's say you get 20 million sparks. Once you have 20 million sparks, every ember you receive is worth 10% more. So let's say an ember's worth a penny. Again, I don't know. So 100 embers is $1. Okay. If somebody gives you 100 embers, but you're at 20 million sparks, you get $1.10 rather than just $1. That's basically how it works. Liam popping into Twitch. Hey, Pastor Tanner. Hey, Liam. Good to see you. Vector says he missed my 200K. I don't see it. I love how you guys are flexing on each other, and you... I'm noting the 100 spark donations, but then you drop 200,000 and I don't even bat an eye. My bad, Vector. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Dustbuster says, Mixer is OP. That's right. Mixer is very OP. Hey, guys, think about the next video game you want me to play. Because I want to start playing more video games in the chat, but Age of Empires, while I like it, it makes it hard to interact with you guys because I'm so focused on the game. So think of the next game you want me to play, maybe one we can interact in or something like that. Not today because StarCraft 2 StarCraft 2 is also an RTS, Liam. That won't help. Oh man. I need a game where I can be interacting with you guys and we can be talking, something more slow paced. Maybe an RPG type of game or something like that. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know though. So think about a game that we can play together. And I'd like to start doing that as well. We can't do it today because I got to finish this sermon. At this rate, I'm going to be streaming for 8 straight hours finishing this thing. Have you ever played EU4? Yes. I don't, it's way too complex and I don't know how to play it. But yes, I have played it. Liam says they are billions. It has a pause button. Here, let me get a notes document going. Actually, I'll use physical notepads. Boop, since I have so many of them. Okay. So, StarCraft 2 was a recommendation. StarCraft 2. They are billions. I don't even know what that is. They are billions. Let's see what else. Europa Universalis 4. If you teach me how to do it, that'd be fine. Shining Force 2. Pretty chill. Liam loves RTS. I like RTS quite a bit too. I'll still, like, I'm not going to ditch Age of Empires. I still like it, but I want to play some games that I can interact more with you guys. They are billions as an RTS. Okay, gotcha. I didn't know that. You protect your colony from zombies. Got it. 3 different types of missions. Okay. Cool. Well, give me some more ideas. Throw those in the chat, game ideas, and I'll put them down because I do want to stream more and interact with you guys and play some games. Guitar Hero Kappa. No, not gonna happen. That's funny. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. I was trying to come up with a proposition. Now, I like the idea, so we're going to... Here's essentially how the sermon, I see it going. We're going to be talking about what are the essentials, okay? That's what I've titled the sermon, The Essentials. So I'm going to talk about, like Maslow's hierarchy, here are the essentials according to worldly wisdom. Okay, here are the essentials. Then, what are the essentials according to godly wisdom? And I might bring up what Chrysostom said. So, what do I want people to do from this sermon? I want them to reformulate in their mind what the essentials are. Okay, so maybe let's get our application together. Change your thinking about the essentials. And then maybe we can back into our proposition. So we want people to change their thinking about SingStar. No, that's not happening. I can't sing. I've got a story to tell you guys about games where you sing. We were at a Halloween party of a bunch of people in Young Life. And we were all hanging out in my friend's house in the living room, and we decided to play Guitar Hero together. But it was the Guitar Hero where there are 4 things. There is the guitar, there's the bass, there's the drums, somebody was on drums, and then there is the microphone, right? And the person who was singing on the microphone kept tanking the song for them, okay? So they were all playing, the bass guitar, the standard guitar, and the drums were all keeping up, but the person on the microphone was tanking the song for them every single time. And I got so frustrated watching him tank the song over and over and over. And what I ended up doing is grabbing the mic out of his hand. I grabbed the mic and I said, "Give me that." And we played the next song and I sang. I tanked the song faster than he did. And everyone was howling. They thought it was so funny because I was sure that if I just got on that mic, I would be able to crank it out, and I tanked the song faster than him. He crushed me. It was so embarrassing. That's what I get, though, for being prideful, proud. I was proud that I thought I could do it. So, we're not doing SingStar. I'm forever put off from games like that because of that. Dustbuster says, not asking to be a mod. When you get affiliate as you grow, you may want to get a couple of mods. Okay, let's add some mods right now. Let's see. Mods. How do I add mods? Well, let's go to my channel first. No, that's not helpful. Let's go to my channel first. No, let's mute me for sure. Let's go creator dashboard. Surely it's in here somewhere. Moderation and safety. That seems good. No. It's like auto mods. How can I... No, that's not what I want. Getting to know your audience, moderation and safety, disconnect protection, your last stream, manage stream. Okay. I see people in here. How do I mod them? I'm so bad at this, guys. I'm absolutely horrible. Dustbuster, I found you. Oh, I can only follow you or report you. I don't want to do that. How am I such a noob streamer? New items, creator updates, notifications, whispers. Why is Stream Manager hard? This shouldn't be hard. Preferences, they're just moderation. This has got to be it. I feel like I'm getting close. Auto mod, rule sets, blocked terms and phrases, email verifications, chat, mod tools in chat, private, band list. I don't care about the band list. I just want to make mods. Oh, guys, why am I such a noob streamer? How do I make mods? I'm digging through all these menus and it's that easy. Vector says, look at that leaderboard. Vector crushing the leaderboard, that's what's up. You just type /mod username. Okay. Well, let's do that real quick. Oh, noob streamer. Let's go channel. Let's mute myself again. Oh no, I'm already muted. You say /mod and then VectorX. You have added VectorX as a moderator to this channel. That looked easy. /mod the Dustbuster. You've added the Dustbuster as a moderator of your channel. Nightbot is a little testy. He can be. /mod Martin Zimmerman. You've added Martin Zimmerman as mod. Look at that! I got 3 mods now. Boom! Nailed it. Killing it, guys. Thanks for your help, by the way. Did you guys all get your mods? Wow. That's awesome. Nice. Oh, I gotta hit Liam up, of course. Hold on. Channel. /mod Liam. Gotta make sure I spell it all right. Liam 8 male. You've added Liam. Nice. Okay, I think that's probably good. Am I missing anyone? I don't want to miss regulars. Now we can protect your chat from people coming here to cause a ruckus. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. Vector, how do I make mods? Chat's been telling him for 5 minutes. Shut up, Vector. Oh, I love it. You guys are awesome. I'm having a lot of fun streaming with you guys. This is great. That's awesome. Oh, man. I think I want to make sure I get all my regs. Right. It seems good. I'm sure I can mod people later. Dustbuster says, I love that we found you. I'm glad you did too. It's fun. Very, very cool. Man, I've been drinking too much tea. The Lord willed it. It was lucky, right? You guys were lucky that you found me. Okay, let's see. I'm going to close this out since I'm running 15 different pages now at once. I got Mixer going. I got everything going. Okay. Vector says, you can VIP people also. What is that now? Type in the chat what VIP is. I'm going to be right back. I have to go to the restroom again. Why is it so complicated? Why is streaming so hard? It shouldn't be this hard, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom again. Too much tea. Old man bladder? Vector, what is that? How old do you think I am, Vector? I'm not that old. Come on now. It's the tea, I'm telling you. Oh, man. That's funny. Dustbuster says, not old, just seasoned. That's right. Seasoned. Just because I'm bald doesn't mean I'm old, okay? I started losing my hair at like 19. That's no joke. Vector seasoned with salt. Ouch. Bazinga. All right, let's actually work on this sermon. So, I want people to change their thinking about what is essential. This will lead to contentment. And the other thing I want people to do is I want them to focus on godliness. Focus on godliness. So if we do those two things, if we change our thinking about what is essential, and we focus on godliness and not worldly things, then we will have contentment. So it's actually the combination of these two things that leads to contentment. So do both of these and contentment will follow. Now how do we back into a proposition? I'm not going to look at the chat, guys. Not right now. You guys are too distracting. So let's see. Proposition could be something like, I'm talking about the essentials. So, because the essentials of life are different for a Christian, because the essentials of life are unexpected. Because Christians, well, it's not just Christians. Because the essentials of life are provided by God. So maybe I won't go into what exactly the essentials are. Because the essentials of life are provided by God, we should not focus on acquiring them, but instead focus on God. Okay, this is a start. This is a start. I don't think it's right, but it's a start. Okay, I can look at chat now. Vector says, scroll up to read about VIPs. VIPs put a diamond next to people's names so that other viewers know who your regulars are. VIP is a normal user with more permissions than any other user, but no tools to ban or moderate people. And is it just /VIP? You just type VIP username. Can you be a VIP and a mod? I should have asked you guys before I made all of you mods whether or not you wanted to be a VIP or a mod. Dustbuster says, full head of hair, beautiful brown hair. Yeah, keep bragging, buddy. 36, got you. Dustbuster says, let's let him focus on preparing his sermon. We'll show him to try and accomplish something on Twitch. Dustbuster says, quick answer, do it off a stream. I got you. Well, once I accomplish something on Twitch, I do a 24-hour sermon prep. That would be a disaster, an absolute disaster. I would get like I don't know, a few hours into that, I'd just be like staring at the screen like, how do I keep doing this? That's hilarious. Dustbuster says, no, either a mod or a VIP. I don't think so. No idea, but there's no need to make us both. Got it. In Numbers 31:18, thank you, Martin, bringing some scripture in here. In Numbers 31:18, when Moses says to keep the Midianite virgin women alive and kill the rest, should he have actually commanded the virgin women to be killed too? Whoa, Martin. Martin dropping the hammer. Let's go look. Numbers 31:18. I thought you were going to help me with sermon prep, but now you're just distracting me. But it's to understand the Bible, which is good. They fought against Midian as the Lord commanded Moses and killed every man. Among the victims were a bunch of people. They killed Balaam, son of Beor, with the sword. The Israelites captured the Midianite women and children as they took the Midianite herds, flocks, and goods as plunder. They burned all the towns where the Midianites had settled, as well as all their camps. They took all the plunder of their spoils, including the people and the animals, brought the captives, spoils, and plunder to Moses and Eleazar, the priest of the Israelite assembly, at their camp on the plains of Moab, but the Jordan across from Jericho. Moses, Eleazar, the priest, and all the leaders of the community went to meet them outside the camp. Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of blah, 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 who returned from battle. Have you allowed all the women to live? He asked them. They were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the Peor incident, so that a plague struck the Lord's people. Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourselves every girl who has never slept with a man. Anyone who has killed someone or touched someone who was killed must stay outside the camp. Purify the garments. Then Eleazar the priest said to the soldiers who had gone in battle, this is what is required by the Lord. Gold, silver, bronze, lead, anything with stand fire must be put through fire, will be cleansed. Interesting. So God didn't tell him to do this. God didn't tell him to do this. It looks like Moses did. Moses told him to save the virgins. And your question again, when Moses says to keep the Midianite virgin women alive and kill the rest, should he have actually commanded the virgin women to be killed too? You guys are feisty. Bringing scripture in sermon prayer. I can't keep up with you guys. Seeker sensitives be disappointed. Martin says, yeah, it was something Moses himself commanded, and that gets me wondering, was he wrong? It wouldn't be the first time Moses was wrong. Dustbuster asks a good question. What was commanded by God before this? Right? What was commanded by God before this? My gut, not knowing what God commanded before this, is yeah, he should have had them all killed. Let's see. Lord said to Moses, take vengeance on the Midianites. After that, you'll be gathered to your people. Moses said to the people, arms from your men, go to work. The Lord commanded Moses and killed every man. So they were supposed to fight. That at least is what is said. They killed Balaam, son of Beor. I already read that. Before this, it's just some law stuff. Martin says, avenge the people of Israel on the Midianites. Exactly. Are you talking about take vengeance on the Midianites for the Israelites? Exactly. So that's verse 2. Interesting. Yeah, my gut is that he should have had him kill everybody, but I don't know for sure. Let's hit up a. Let's use a passage guide real quick and just hit up a few commentaries on the topic. I bet some commentaries will answer this for us real quick. Boop. And let's go Numbers 31:18. This is going to answer this question real quick for us, because they'll give us that background. But I tend to lean towards what Dustbuster is saying. So, Timothy Ashley says, the plan against Israel was Balaam's. This translation is to be preferred over NEB, blah, blah, blah. God insisted that the male children be killed in order to destroy the means of future rebellion in Midian, and that all the women who were capable of sexual intercourse be killed in order to cut off the future population and to emphasize the nature of the sin of Baal Peor. Thus, only the young girls would be left alive, and these the Israelites were to keep for themselves, either as wives or slaves. If the former, then the view of foreigners at this time period allowed outsiders to join Israel. This is a far cry from the exclusivism of the time of Ezra. Moses' command was more in line with a stricter enforcement of the ban reserved for those people with Canaan and codified. So the reason Moses, not saying he's right necessarily, but the reason Moses kept them around is you couldn't tell if one of the women was pregnant with a Midian baby if she's not a virgin. So kill them off as well was the idea. But if they're a virgin, then clearly they're not pregnant with a Midian baby, and so you're good to go. Martin says, because if God had commanded them to keep virgins for themselves, that surely would have been a prescription from God to either have multiple wives or concubines. So that's why I think it must have been something Moses got wrong. Again, I'm inclined to agree with you, but as Timothy Ashley points out here, they could have been wives or slaves, right? So slaves is an option. Okay, let's go to another one real quick. Martin Noth. The note to the effect that Israel was enticed away from Baal Peor. Oh, that's verse 16. I need verse 18. There we go. This is an unbelieving commentary. It says that this is an addition, scribal change, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Let's go Gordon Wenham. Sparing the women fits their lesser degree of legal responsibility set out in chapter 30, but Moses protests that in this case they are most to blame for Israel's sin. Therefore, only the sexually inexperienced, who must be innocent of involvement in the sin of Baal Peor, are allowed to survive. They were allowed to marry the Israelite warriors, thereby being incorporated into the elect nation of Israel. Let's do another one. Joe Sprinkle. Ordinarily, non-Canaanite female and juvenile captives are spared. Okay, so this he references Deuteronomy 20:12-14. Let's read that. When you march up to and attack a city, make its people an offer of peace. If they accept and open their gates, all the people in it shall be subject to forced labor and shall work for you. If they refuse to make peace and to engage in you in battle, lay siege to that city. When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put to the sword all the men in it. As for the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the city, you may take these as plunder for yourselves, and you may use the plunder the Lord your God gives you from your enemies. So this is just a broad law on this topic, and it seems to be open to the idea of Moses sparing some. In fact, Moses seems to be more strict than the law here at this point, because he actually kills off some of the women, not sparing all of them. Sean the Gamer 12 jumps in to Twitch. Hey Tanner. Hey Sean, how you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. Just doing some sermon prep. Just rated you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sean. Evidently, I don't have notifications for raids. I need to fix that then. Raid notifications. Sean says, taking a break for lunch. That's awesome. Welcome, anyone who came from Sean's stream. I'm just doing some sermon prep. I'm preaching tomorrow morning, and I got to finish this sermon, so we're doing that. Raid notifications. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate that. Taking a break for lunch. Cool, man. Well, enjoy. Enjoy. Martin says, right, so the norm was to spare all the women, I see. Yeah, that's what it looks like. The general law is to spare all the women. And he was actually more strict than the law itself. Liam says, I don't get notifications for raids too. Ah, I got you. So maybe it's not something I messed up. But I'll look into it for sure. So, yeah, actually, Martin, it looks like the general idea is to spare all women, but in this specific case with the Midianites, Moses, presumably from God, did not want the Midianite line or lineage to continue, and so he had all of the women killed off who were not virgins because they might be pregnant with a Midianite baby. I think that's the answer. Vector says, is the screen glitching for anyone else? I am showing a few dropped frames, Vector. It looks like it stopped. Lava Burner dropping in. Nightbot. Oh, holy smokes, here's the raid, guys. We got AZ Rock Slide, we got Blitz, we got Lava Burner, and Nightbot trying to shut a bunch of you guys down. I'm sorry, Reformed Gamers coming in. Holy smokes, there's the raid. 2-bit lane. Emote block from Nightbot. Again, Nightbot's feisty, guys. Nightbot is feisty. He kills the emotes. Oh man, AZ Rock Slide with the follow. Got the Paul Washer right there. If I had emotes, I would say get the Paul Washers in the chat, right? Thanks for the raid, guys. That's awesome. Tried to spam emotes. Hey, guys, Nightbot is who he is, and I love the emote spam. It's just Nightbot, man. It's Nightbot who's got problems. Seymour Games coming in with the amens. Appreciate it. Red Sniper 23, hello. Welcome, guys. Welcome. So glad you guys are here. Oh, man, Reformed Gamers now following. Appreciate that. 2-bit lane in here with the high. Thank you. Thank you. So glad you guys are here. Appreciate that, guys. Yeah, I'm just doing some sermon prep. I preach tomorrow morning, and so I'm doing some sermon prep. Blitz 5 with the follow. Thank you, guys. I'm doing a sermon prep for tomorrow morning, and I'm going to be preaching the sermon. So, 2-bit, got to turn the emote spam filter off. Agreed. Agreed. Nightbot shutting people down who he should not be shutting down. Seymour Games also with the follow. Wow, guys, appreciate that. Red Sniper 23 going to lurk in the background while I work on my sermon as well. That's awesome. Thank you, Red Sniper. Vector says, I think I got everyone unbanned. Okay, thank you, Vector. Lava Burner, what about me? Thank you, Lava Burner. Appreciate that. Look, the follows are flowing in 2-bit lane as well. Thank you, guys. The text on the screen at the moment is a detour from the sermon prep, by the way. Thank you, Martin. Yes, we are digging into Deuteronomy 20 just because, well, and it's not just Deuteronomy 20. It's actually Numbers 31, just because Martin had a question, right? So we were answering that question. So I actually think Moses probably did right, Martin. Now that we're digging into some of the detail, it seems like he did the right thing in this situation. So very good question. Lava Burner just testing Nightbot. Got you. Got you. Appreciate that. Reform Gamers with the amens. Thank you. Dustbuster at Pastor Tanner. You can go to Nightbot webpage and change his settings. Okay. We're going to go back in. I tried to time out Nightbot, but it wouldn't let me. Okay, got you. How do I find Nightbot? Where is he? Red Sniper 23 preaching on HCQ&A 129 tomorrow night. What is HCQ&A? I don't know what that is, Sniper. I will be preaching on 1 Timothy 6, 6-8 on the topic of the essentials. What are the essentials of life? That's what I'm going to be talking about tomorrow morning. Vector throwing the Nightbot link in there. Thank you. Your stream specified. I didn't even know I had a Nightbot. Do I log into him with my normal Twitch stuff? Oh, log in with Twitch. Okay. Here we go. Authorize. I authorized Nightbot. And now you go to timeouts. Let's see. Spam protection. That's probably it. Blacklist words or phrases. Excess caps. Disable. You can use as many caps as you want. Disable excess caps. Excess emotes. Disable. Drop all the emotes you want. Excessive symbols. I don't know that I care about symbols. Well, we'll start with caps and emotes. Alright, guys. I think I fixed Nightbot. Thanks to the mods helping me out. Man, you guys are just hammering the chat. Heidelberg Catechism. Got you. Okay. Let's see. 2-bit lane. Go to Narnia, turn left at the third light pole. Should find Nightbot. Nice. I appreciate that. Heidelberg Catechism, question and answer 129. What does the word amen mean? Oh, that's pretty cool, Sniper. Do you come from a liturgical tradition that goes into the catechisms and all that? And Dustbuster, of course, trying out my new Nightbot settings where now everyone can spam all the emotes they want. Awesome. Very, very cool. Yeah, I've not ever preached through catechism. That's pretty sweet, actually. I like that idea a lot. Let's see. Now tried the raid emotes. Reform Gamer says, all right, got to head out and handle some ministry stuff myself. Have a great rest of your stream, Pastor. Thank you, Reform Gamers. Appreciate it. And I hope you have a good day. Thank you. Thanks for the raid, guys. This is awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We were talking earlier. I was asking in the chat how I get emotes, and they said you need to become affiliate. And I said, how do I become affiliate? And they said you need a certain number of followers. And I wasn't sure how many followers I needed. And they told me I was just within striking distance of needing a few. And you guys probably pushed me over the edge with the raid. So that's awesome. Yeah, that's what Vector says. Bet you're affiliate now. That's awesome. Red Sniper hit me with the follow. I appreciate that, guys. So cool. So cool. You guys are awesome. Dustbuster says, so be it, right. What does amen mean? But Red Sniper's got to preach an entire sermon on it. So that's going to be interesting. TRG came in and dropped the bomb. Sure did. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Man, I got, I'm showing 19 viewers right now. Wow, you guys are awesome. Really appreciate that. 2-Bit Lane says, yep, now you get to fill out tax forms. Well, I haven't gotten any donations or subscriptions or anything yet, right? I just want emotes. That's all I want. I want people to be able to put emotes. I mean, you get a follow and it shows Paul Washer. Come on. Don't you guys want to spam Paul Washers in the chat? I know I want to see Paul Washers spammed in the chats, but now I can make a Paul Washer emote and we can put it in the chat. That's awesome. Let's see. Ooh, Sniper's given us a little insight into his sermon. He says this, amen means it is true and certain, for God has much more certainly heard my prayer than I feel in my heart that I desire this of him. Wow, that's awesome. Very, very cool, Sniper. Thanks for sharing that. This is in respect to the Lord's Prayer. Gotcha. Dustbuster says, I was trying to give Twitch chat answer. Okay, I got you. Vector says, you can get subs, so you have to fill it out. I see. Well, what is he washing? It's his last name, Liam. Oh, boy. 2-Bit, you are required to fill it out once you get affiliate. I see. Okay. Well, I'll do it. I have a CPA who does my taxes for me, so I'm sure I'll just give him another form or file or whatever. Dustbuster Roses, should I even start reading this? Okay, I should start reading this. Roses are red, violets are blue. I don't know why you're clapping. I'm talking about you. That is a Paul Washer poem, if I've ever heard one. Just hammering it. Awesome. And 2-Bit Lane with what looks like a Boba Fett to me, although I'm not a big Star Wars guy. Vector says, got him. Got him. All right, guys. So this is going to be roughly what we're talking about in terms of proposition. Because the essentials of life are provided by God, we should not focus on acquiring them, but instead focus on God. Something like that. But this reveals far too much. So we're probably, almost certainly, going to go inductive with this sermon. So let's just put that now. Inductive rather than deductive. So that's a key. Okay. Vector says, just lost half his audience because I said I'm not a Star Wars guy. I'm not against it. I didn't grow up watching them, right? Probably like Stargate. No, I don't know what that is either. Sniper says, Soli Deo Glory. That's right. To God alone be the glory. Amen, Sniper. Amen. Let it be so. Or, not let it be so. It is true and certain. It is true and certain. Nailed it. 2-Bit Lens says, Mandalorian, but I'll allow it. Oh, I got you. That's the Mandalorian. He's not a Boba Fett. Okay. Amen to Soli Deo Gloria. Agreed, agreed. So we're going to go, if we go inductive, we need to ask a question. So something like this. What are the essentials of life? That's nice and compelling. It's intriguing. It'll allow me to go through the Maslow hierarchy. It'll allow me to hammer the Maslow hierarchy. It'll allow me to point out that Paul has a different view of what the essentials of life are. And then I can just ask a follow-up question of how should we react if these are life's essentials. This is way better than a formal deductive proposition. So what are the essentials of life? Flowing into what Let's see. What are the essentials of life flowing into... How should we live in light of these essentials? That seems like a good propositional question followed up by some application-oriented questions. Or, yeah, very, very cool. Dustbuster says, just had something trigger in my mind. Amen for Star Wars fans means this is the way. Hate to say it, I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean. But that sounds good. Hey 2-Bit, how have you been, brother? Okay, you guys just chatting to each other. Oh, man. Good stuff. So what are the essentials of life? This is what I'm going to go with for my proposition. Because we've got to make some progress on the sermon eventually. Been streaming almost 3 hours, and we're only just starting. To make some progress on the formal proposition. Boom, and boom. What are the essentials of life? Okay. Mandalorian says, this is the way. I've got you. Just so you know, I have seen the first episode of The Mandalorian, and I thought it was fantastic. But that's all I've seen. It's not as though I dislike Star Wars and I like other things instead. I don't watch many movies or TV shows at all. That is just not a way I spend my time. Pretty much at all. And so a lot of those sorts of things I just don't know much about. 2-Bit Lane says, channel point idea for Tanner, mods, song theology request, people post a link to Christian song, or non if you so choose, and break down the theology in it. Channel point idea. Thank you, 2-Bit. Keep it coming. Channel points. Song theology breakdown. I love it. I think that's a great idea. Song theology breakdown. Nice. Dustbuster says, Pastor Tanner, you keep prepping. Chat will go back and forth with one another. Got you. You see, here's the other thing. I've never had this many people in chat, and so I feel like I constantly need to interact with it because I've always only ever had like 1 to 2 people in my chat, right? So that's true. I need to let you guys just chat with each other, for sure. Maybe you guys need to hit me with the @ Liam says, I only watch YouTube. I have a tendency to get sucked down the YouTube vortex from time to time. You know, you start out watching Ben Shapiro, then you end up, down the black hole, and now you're watching chess videos. Ooh, that's something I could play. I could play chess on stream. That'd be fun. I'm not good at chess. I'm worse at chess than I am at Age of Empires, and you guys know how bad I am at Age of Empires, so... We at least want some theology to work with. Got you. Ben Shapiro to chess. It happens, Dustbuster. You'd be surprised. Liam likes chess. Okay, cool. I'll try chess at some point. Rockslide says, been thinking about rewatching Searching for Bobby Fischer, speaking of chess. I've never seen it. I'll write that down. But again, I don't watch movies, so. But, can't hurt to write it down. Searching for Bobby Fischer. Liam says, you're good at AoE. I don't know about that. Seems like I get wrecked every time I play. Searching for Bobby Fischer. Okay. I'll let the chat go for a little bit. Keep prepping. What are the essentials of life? Well, I could probably go into the Maslow hierarchy right off the bat. Maslow hierarchy. And I need a slide with it. I need to show that. Let's see. Maslow hierarchy of needs. Here's the Maslow hierarchy. Now the question is, how should I get this in there? I could probably just create a slide out of it in the PowerPoint. That's what I'll do. I'll create a slide out of it. Vector wondering if I'll find this notepad. Which one is it? Which notepad is it? Oh, man. Liam says, nah, man, you play good. Well, I appreciate that, brother. I still feel like I get wrecked all the time. Pastor Tanner, do you like Christian hip-hop? So I have an interesting history with Christian hip-hop. I went through a period where I would listen to nothing but Christian hip-hop. Nothing but. And it was almost all the Reach record guys, right? So I listened to that nonstop for years. I'm talking years. And I'm going to be honest. A lot of this critical race theory stuff started to hit within the last few years. And I felt like the music changed. And now there are very few Christian hip-hop artists that I like and listen to regularly. I listen to 1K Few. I listen to Gavi, who could hardly even be called hip-hop. And I listen to NF. NF is my favorite Christian rapper right now. I love NF's stuff. But I've completely changed gears because I used to buy every album that Reach put out. And the music started to change. It really started to change. And I feel like all the critical race theory stuff completely changed the music. And I can separate all that and I can just listen to it. But it didn't feel like the same music. I couldn't resonate with it anymore. It was weird. I stopped being able to resonate with the music like I used to be able to. But I listened to Lecrae and all of those guys nonstop for a really long time. And I'm telling you that critical race theory stuff hit and the music changed and I couldn't resonate with it anymore. So I just listen to NF right now. Vector says 1K Few drives me nuts. I really like how chill some of his songs are. I don't like all of his album, for sure, but there are some songs where they're just kind of chill, laid back. I kind of feel like I'm driving in a convertible with the window down and the wind's blowing me in my hair. The wind's just blowing my hair, right? And some of his songs feel that way to me, and I really, really enjoy that. Dustbuster says, I bet you'd love Beautiful Eulogy. I actually have a few albums from Beautiful Eulogy, and I find them to be okay. They're very dense. They're very, very dense. Lots of theology in their stuff. It's good, but there's just a lot of material and content in there. Victor says, I hate how repetitive he is. I got you. The songs I like of his are the songs that I enjoy the feel of. Martin, that's messed up, man. That is messed up. 2-Bit says, from what I've heard, NF is good, but focuses on the negative almost always. That's correct. NF has... His most recent album is a little bit different, but like his first 3 albums almost entirely are very negative and emotional and stuck in kind of a bad place. It's not feel-good, upbeat music, that's for sure, right? And 2-Bit, I did see that. Make the request at least 1K points, otherwise you'll get so many links you won't have time to do other things. Channel points, 1K points. That's right, you gotta earn your theology breakdown. Cool. Messed up, Martin. Dustbuster says, yeah, NF can be a bit dark. I like him, but I wouldn't say he's Christian hip-hop. That's fair. Rockslide says, that's part of why I like about him, because he's honest with his struggles and mental illness, and that's what I like so much, Martin. He's so raw and real and genuine. I really like NF. Have you listened to the new album? It's so good. I can't listen to music on stream, can I? I get crushed, right? Because I would love to play you guys some NF, man. I really, really enjoy him. Let's see. His new album is so good. I could listen to his new album. Which one is it? I can't even find it in here. Where is NF? I have too much music. NF, The Search is what it's called, The Search. It's really, really good. Vector says you get muted. Have you listened to Wrath and Grace? I haven't. Is that the band or is it an album? Dustbuster. You get muted in the VOD. I got you. You can, but your videos get muted after the fact. Okay. If you listen to copyright music, they'll mute 20 minutes in the past broadcast, but you're good to go during the stream. Fun fact, I have my own single coming out this month, but it's far from rap as possible. That's awesome, 2-Bit. I didn't know you're an artist. Super cool. Martin says, don't play copyrighted music on something you want archived. I see. So if I'm just streaming, like if I'm playing a game and streaming to Twitch or Mixer, but maybe not to YouTube, like I try to archive my sermon prep so people can go back and look at it. But if I'm just streaming and hanging out with you guys, then it might be okay to listen to music. That makes sense. Rockslide, probably my top 3 artists right now. NF, Demon Hunter, Wolves at the Gare. I'm going to write down Demon Hunter and Wolves at the Gare because NF is a top artist for me, but I haven't heard of these other 2. Demon Hunter, Wolves at the Gare. Oh. Let's see. Gate, got you. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, I don't even know what a gare is, but it's a proper noun, so you can put whatever you want in there. 2-Bit says, take out NF, I'm there for that party. Okay, cool, I'll check them out. You can listen to Wrath of Grace Cypher. Wrath and Grace Cypher. And I'm going to have to follow up on all this stuff. Cypher. And you'll morph out from there, okay. Result. Got you. Okay. Wolves at the Gate, mistyped, no problem. Definitely would throw him a Wolves at the Gate song when he gets the points. They go deep. Okay, cool. Demon Hunter, Wolves of the Gate are metal. I've not listened to much metal, so that's cool. 2-Bit says gate, not gear. Yeah, I got you. In UK, NF stands for National Front, which is a fascist political party. I hope NF doesn't advertise under that name in UK. That's hilarious. His name is Nate, so I'm guessing they're his initials. I don't know what his last name is, but his name is Nate, and so his artist name or stage name is NF. I'm pretty sure you can't put streamed content with music onto YouTube. Okay, so I won't listen to music when I do sermon prep, but like if I'm just hanging out with you guys and playing games, then we'll maybe contemplate doing some music. 2-Bit, they're rather heavy. If you don't like hard music, I'd save your time. I'll try it out. I like a lot of types of music, so I'm not too against it. They are the initials of his name. Got it, Rockslide. Cool. There's a great side to Christian hip-hop guys where there's not so much race this and race that. That's good, because that stuff has been killing me in some of the recent albums. If you go back and listen to Lecrae's, I don't know, first 4 or 5 albums, there's almost none of that stuff. There is a little bit where he just talks about his upbringing and his background, but he's talking about it in general human experience sense. And then a lot of the recent albums have stuff like, you get all these Jim Crow this and all of this type of stuff, and constantly, I don't know, I just stopped being able to resonate with the music. I don't know what happened. Nathan Feuerstein. Well, it's no wonder he changed it to NF because nobody can pronounce Feuerstein. To get around the copyright, you can just sing the lyrics for us and then deconstruct them. I'm glad you added a kappa, Martin. Oh, man. Demon Hunter released War and Peace last year, 2 separate albums that are amazing. Dustbusters just, yeah, it killed me, man. Well, I'm glad to hear I'm not the only one. I was talking with a buddy at seminary about it, and he loves Christian hip-hop, and his opinion hasn't changed. And I was like, are you serious? Like, I can't listen to this stuff anymore. Any of the recent albums? And he goes, oh, no, it's great. It's still really good. And I was like, I'm telling you, I listened to the album once or twice, and I'm done. I can't resonate with it. So it's interesting. There you go. Rockslide nailed it. Gravity was the last album that did not have much critical race theory in it. That's right. Because once I got past Gravity, and let me look, because I have all these albums. Let me look. So let's go artist Lecrae. Yeah, I think you're right on Gravity being the last album. Oh, I had a bunch of those. You know what? Let me go on my phone, because I have more of my music on my phone. Which reminds me, I need to charge this thing. Yeah, so After the Music Stops was awesome. I loved Church Clothes 2. Church Clothes 2 was almost one of my favorite albums.
And then he drops Church Clothes 3, and it's just kind of, Gravity was from 2012. Church Clothes 2 was from 2013. I really like Church Clothes 2. And then you get into Anomaly, and it starts to kind of take that bent. Church Clothes 3 was very critical race theory oriented. I loved Rebel. I listened to Rebel like, I don't know, 100 times. Rehab and Rehab the Overdose were both great. I loved Real Talk. But Church Clothes 3 started to get off track. Anomaly was and then I got All Things Work Together, and I didn't like All Things Work Together at all. And I stopped buying albums. I stopped buying albums after All Things Work Together. That was 2017. That's 3 years ago. And I just stopped buying his stuff because I couldn't resonate with it anymore. It's just full of that, right? 2Bit says, Vector, we need to create something on TRG Discord where new streamers can ask questions. Those who've already been through it can help out. A lot of Christian hip-hop community rejects the stuff Lecrae got into, man. Well, that's encouraging because I'm going to be honest, I started buying some of the albums. I bought an album from KB, and I didn't like it that much either, right? And I bought another album from Mineo, and I didn't like it much either. And I just got to the point where I was like, okay, all of Reach Records is compromised. I even bought a Aha Gazelle, and he was okay. I didn't find him to be great, right? And so I stopped buying it. I was at one point, I would buy every Reach Records album without question or without thought. The moment it came out, I bought it. I pre-ordered everything. I got them all. And then Lecrae started coming out with this music. I got a KB album that I only thought was okay. Mineo started to not be as good. And every album felt like it went downhill. And so I just stopped buying them. I was like, okay, I guess the entire record label is completely compromised. So it's good. It's good to know that some of the stuff that Lecrae isn't the face of all of CHH. I appreciate that. Rockslide Anomaly was good, but it started to turn there. Yeah, exactly. Dustbuster says, if you weren't sermon prepping, I drop a good result link for you that goes into depth with the theologians of the past. Hit me up in a DM and I'll check it out when I get off stream. Rockslide says, Tadashi has avoided it, as has Trip Lee. Dustbuster says, Reach is meh now. Trip Lee is so good. I love Trip Lee. Trip Lee is awesome. I got to see him. I went to T4G 4 years ago. Not 4. It was 3 or so. And Trip Lee was on a panel. And we went to one of his panels and talked to him afterwards. Trip Lee is really cool. He's a really good dude. Dustbuster says, I think you'd like Wrath and Grace, Lamp Mode, Christocentric. I'll check it out. I'm always looking for new music. I like music a lot. Wrath and Grace. I think I already got them down. Lamp Mode I've not heard of. Lamp Mode. And Christocentric. Christocentric. Cool. Jesse says Trip Lee is my fave. Yeah, he's awesome. Trip Lee is really, really good stuff. Vector says, I like Andy musically the best, but it's not very theological. That's probably why I like Andy more, because I like his voice, I like the flow, I like his music. Real theological stuff I'm not as actually into. I love theology, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to music, I really like how music feels. I'm not digging into the lyrics so much, and so it's for those reasons that I don't like Beautiful Eulogy as much as many people do, right? I like Beautiful Eulogy, don't get me wrong, but when I listen to them, I have to stop and think really hard, right? Whereas when I'm listening to Andy Mineo, I can just kind of flow with it, you know? Vector says, some Trip songs I like, some not at all. He's very hit or miss for me. I can agree with that. Rockslide says, it's kind of funny Kanye West has released a more theologically sound album than Lecrae as of late. Oh, man. Get the burns in the chat. Rockslide's right about that. That's another idea. Some sort of burn emote. Burn or Bazinga emote. Something like that. Shots fired. Yeah, it might be a shots fired emote. Dustbuster says, frown, I love Beautiful Eulogy. Don't get me wrong, I like them. I've seen them live. I saw them live at Canvas 4 or 5 years ago now. And they were great. They're fantastic. But I have to think really hard when I listen to them. And sometimes when I'm listening to music, I don't want to have to think hard, if that makes sense. I do like them, though. I like a shots fired emote. That sounds like a good idea. Nice. Channel points idea from Vector for a good amount of points. Pastor Tanner raps for us. You know what's funny? I have rapped before. I know you're joking, Vector, but I have rapped before. I got another story to tell you guys. So we were fresh to our Reformed Baptist church, and not only is it Reformed Baptist, the age range is about, average age of about 60, 65, and they hold a barbecue out at a place. So we go out there. Jess brings her guitar, right? And we've been practicing Let There Be Light by Minio. It's from one of his early albums. I think it was from an EP. And we're living in a dark world, how they gonna know? I don't know if you guys know that song. But Jess starts playing that on the guitar, and she kind of looks at me, and I look at her. And again, average age of about 65. None of them know anything about Christian hip-hop whatsoever. As far as they know, hip-hop music and rap is evil. And I just start doing it. We were out there at the barbecue, and I just start rapping it, right? And oh my goodness, we caused some controversy. We'll just say that. We created a bit of a stir, right? But it was a good one. Oh man. Vector says it wasn't a joke. Fine, I'll put it down, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. We'll set the channel points at 1 million for you to be able to get me to rap, okay? 1 million points. Rap. Okay. It's really hard to learn a rap. You have to listen to the song so many times. Vector says, oh, come on, 100,000. You have to put so much time and effort and energy into learning a rap. It is not easy. Rockslide says, I know what you mean about flow. That's part of why I like NF. His flow is excellent. Agreed. And that's part of why I like him so much. Rockslide, I have a feeling we have a very similar taste in music. Dustbuster says, drop that Reformed Thug Life in a DM to you, brother. Thank you. Appreciate that. Ooh, there's got to be a Tanner Thug emote, right? Thug Life emote. With the glasses, right? Come on now. Tanner Thug. Man, I'm going to be working so hard just to get more emotes. I don't even care about subscriptions or donations, or I just want more emotes. That's all I want. However I get more emotes, that's what I'm going to do. Jesse says, for the record, you crushed that rap. Yeah, okay. Thanks, babe. Liam says, good choice on, I'm guessing good choice on the 1 million points. Dustbuster says, usually sleeping when you stream, it saddens me to miss some. Well, I'm going to try to be streaming a variety of hours. Like, it's early morning for me right now. Well, it was when I started 3 hours ago. But I also like some evening streams at times, so hopefully you can catch me once in a while. Dustbuster says, you can modify an emote with the Thug Life glasses. Okay, if it already exists, then we don't need to duplicate it. Hey guys, I'm going to be right back. T's hitting me again. And boom. BRB. Oh man, okay, I'm back. Dude, you can't dog on my old man bladder, okay? It is what it is. You've got to embrace what the Lord has given you. And if he gives you an old man bladder, that's what you got to embrace. Alright, it looks like I'm mostly caught up on chat. You guys are hilarious. That's messed up. Okay. So what are the essentials of life? With that, we can probably... Let me think. What is wrong about Maslow's hierarchy? Let's read. We took notes on all this. Okay, here we go. Typically, people today see spirituality as a way towards personal fulfillment. Okay? As they do so, one of the images that might be in their minds is that of Maslow's well-known hierarchy of needs. Maslow suggests... Have I been muted this whole time? Okay, you guys haven't done that one to me. I'm not even gonna... Those don't warrant a response. In fact, those do not need to be on the screen. So we're just gonna do some of this real quick. There we go. Yeah, very nice. That's all we needed. Just a little bit of that. Maslow suggests that human beings have several layers of need, the lowest of which is biological, food, water, shelter, rising through such layers of safety, belonging, esteem, self-actualization at the top. Authentic Christian spirituality does not see it like that. It sees spirituality as something that pervades the whole of life and is there within the material level of need, as well as at every other level. Okay, let me think about that. In fact, Christianity's disagreement with Maslow is most intense at the very top of the pyramid. To frame life as the pursuit of self-actualization is far too individualistic and, to be blunt, selfish to square with Christian values in general and the gospel of Jesus Christ in particular. At the top of the Christian pyramid is not self-actualization, but self-giving. Very interesting. What exactly that is and why it is more than fulfilling is something that is hard to explain, something we only realize through spiritual intuition and faithful and generous living. Living out of that intuition is what we call faith. It is not the pursuit of self-fulfillment as if that were intrinsically good, or of peak experiences as if their value were self-evident and self-contained. Those are all really good ideas. Now it's, how do you put it together, right? That's the key. So, I'm going to spend a lot of time on this, going through Maslow's hierarchy, talking about what it is, what it does, all that type of stuff. And I'm going to mention that it's a worldly view of essentials, right? And I'll say something like, it seems reasonable to us, but it confuses things and gets the order wrong. And it's the getting the order right. See, when you preach inductively, you need to figure out when you're going to drop the hammer, right? When are you going to kind of lift back the curtain and demonstrate, okay, this is what I've been getting at. And these are some of the ideas. I'm beginning to lift the curtain already here, and I don't know if I want to do it this early in the sermon. So I need to think about that. Maslow's hierarchy, worldly view of essentials. So worldly view of essentials versus a godly view of essentials. Well, a godly view of essentials would take kind of what Paul has to say. So the essence of what I'm going to say is, look, here's Maslow's hierarchy. And you fulfill the lower tier needs in order to move up the ladder, right? In order to move up the chain. It seems reasonable to us. But and see, that's when I'm going to bring verse 18 in there. If I go verse 18, 1 Timothy 8, no, 6, 8, 6, 8, there we go. If I take verse 8, but if we have food and clothing, we will be content with that. What is Paul getting at? Dustbuster says, chat simmer down now. Don't mind me, just policing the area. Very nice. Yeah, I appreciate that, Dustbuster. Good looking out. And now I'm actually making some progress. So here's the problem. I'm so ADD that when you guys start going in the chat, man, I just start pinging off of it, right? So it's good, but I need to be more self-disciplined about that. Dustbuster says, I love expository preaching. Me too. It is awesome. So we've got the worldly view of essentials. It seems reasonable to us. And I think that's when I bring verse 8 in. And I say, but what about verse 8? Because it's at this point that Paul essentially says, no, we just need the essentials, right? And it's at this point that I can begin to talk about how our mind is being manipulated by the world around us all the time. Dustbuster says, we're calm, letting you prep the sermon. Thank you. I appreciate that, brother. Rockslide says, contrast it with your best life now. That would be a great illustration, and I'm going to do that. So, I got to bring up Maslow's hierarchy again. Physiological. So Paul only brings up, what does he bring up? Food and clothing? If we have food and clothing, we will be content with that. And then I can also bring up just physiological. Because Paul is using the terms food and clothing as a stand-in for Maslow's physiological, right? Maybe we need an Osteen emote. A big smiling Osteen? That'd be fun. Come on now. You guys are giving me great ideas. A big smiling, grinning Osteen. I think that'd be great. Rockslide again with a nails it. Also ties into Jesus saying not to worry about what you will eat and what you will wear. That's exactly right. Look at Matthew right here. Matthew 6:19 to 34. That's going to be that is going to be kind of a hammer that I bring down to really clarify everything. Very, very good point. So, it's not just food and clothing. Paul intends to use that as a stand-in for physiological. So, I know my head's in the way. Let's go with that. So it's not just physiological either. And it's at this point that I want to draw our attention to, guys, our brains are being hijacked every single day. And we are distracted from the things that are actually important. Paul doesn't list 3/4 of Maslow's hierarchy. He doesn't even concern himself with. And yet you're told every single day that you need to be true to yourself. You need to follow your heart. You need to actualize yourself. You know, all that type of stuff. We're told that over and over and over, and we get it into our bones. It soaks into our persons, and we live like that's important. But Paul says we'll be content with food and clothing. Paul says our physiological needs, as long as those are met, we're content with that. But we don't actually feel content because we're being constantly bombarded by this messaging that says you need to fulfill all of these self-actualization ideas, right? And so that's going to be a key aspect of what I'm talking about. And even the church has adopted this mentality with Your Best Life Now. Boom. Look, guys, point one is coming together. I like how this is... I like how this is coming together now. Vector, man. Vector, you're brutal. Absolutely brutal. Vector says, LOL, 0.13 hours in. Oh, it hurts. It hurts, brother. All right, that's fair. It's a fair criticism. Oh, I love it. That makes me happy. That makes me happy. That's awesome. All good. We're having a good time. Well, I'm glad to hear it. There we go. Okay. So I've kind of got this idea worked out. So now my next question is, so this is kind of an excursus right here. And then my next question is essentially going to be following up with this just physiological aspect, right? Is that all Paul cares about then? If he reduces our needs from Maslow's hierarchy just down to the fundamental level, the base of the pyramid, then is all that Paul cares about the physiological? No. But he knows the other needs are met in Christ. And that's going to be the second hammer I drop, right? So I'm going to go back to this idea, just physiological. Man, I want more tea, but it's cold. And if I drink it, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom. If I go to the bathroom, Vector's going to make fun of me. And Dustbuster's going to make fun of me. So instead, I will look at the tea, and I will enjoy the pleasing aroma of the tea, but I will not drink the tea. I hope you guys are happy. I hope you guys are happy. Victor says I was making fun of Dust. Oh, okay. That makes me feel a lot better. You can make fun of Dust then. I got you. I got you. That makes a lot more sense. No, I actually just don't want to drink it because it's not hot enough right now. I need to go heat it up. So I'm going to contend that the self-actualization that Maslow is looking for is actually a spiritual fulfillment that pervades all aspects of his hierarchy. And so what you need to do, rather than fulfill this need so that you can move up to the next stage of the ladder and fulfill that need so that you can move up to the next stage of the ladder, fulfill that all the way up to the top, rather than doing that, Instead, we need to solve the self-actualization problem right from the get-go, right from the start. We need to have that spiritual fulfillment at the start because it affects every other area. And then we can be thoroughly content in all aspects of the hierarchy because our fundamental spiritual need is filled. Our self-actualization is filled. And so then our focus instead can be on all those areas with having that actualization actually fulfilled. I meant to charge this phone like forever ago. I never did it. There you go. Okay. Once our spiritual need is fulfilled, it fills all other areas of life. And this is going to be our verse 6 then. Now, where does verse 7 fit in? Where does verse 7 fit in? I could maybe talk about it after godliness. Two-Bit says, "All right, sir, I have enjoyed the stream, but this is where I take my leave. Getting ready to stream myself." Awesome, Two-Bit. Glad to hear it. I hope you enjoy and that you have a good stream. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. And one day I'll have emotes. And you, sir, have contributed to my future emotes. So thank you. Thank you very much. But yeah, have a good stream. I hope you enjoy. Let's see, godliness. How should we live in light of these essentials? Two-Bit drops Mandalorian. Nice. Thanks again. Thanks for swinging by. Okay. I think this is where verse 7 comes into play. Verse 7. Simple illustration. This can be a shorter sermon, I think. It's not as dense as a lot of the ones I've made recently. This is the way, says 2-Bit, and bids his adieu. Appreciate that. All right. So now, how should we live in light of these essentials? How should we live in light of these essentials? And this is going to be the whole application orientation of the sermon. Victor says, so do you print this out and follow it during your sermon? Yes. This is called a mind map, and these are my notes. Here's an old one. Printed on good old paper. So, I print this mind map out. These are my notes. I just take this into the pulpit with me, along with my Bible. This is all I got up there. I got this mind map. I got my Bible. And I preach off of these mind maps. And so I'll start up here. I'll flow through. I'll state my proposition. I know this is point 1. I know this is point 2. I know the green is point 3. And I go that way. And I preach off of them. Victor says, that's pretty wild. I thought most people did it like a boring old outline. I used to do that. Let me see. I've got old sermons in here I can show you. Sermon. And let's just try this one. So this is an old sermon I preached on the topic of biblical femininity. And you can see it's just an outline. I tell myself to read Genesis 1:26-27. I pray. We live in a culture that is very confused about gender and sexuality. Olympian Bruce Jenner famously won the SP Courage Award in 2015 for coming out as transgender, changing his name to Caitlyn. Blah, 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 blah. This sets foundation, what we're going to cover. Blah, blah, blah. Hypermasculinity, hypermasculine femininity, sultry seductress femininity. Neither of these is actual femininity. What is biblical femininity? I talk about it. Relationship, blah, 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 and outline. And you can see, here's my whole outline for that sermon. So I used to preach off of outlines to this. When I first started, very, very first started, I used to manuscript the entire thing out. I'd have a full manuscript written out of what I was going to preach. And I stopped doing that, right? And I started outlining. And then I did the outline thing for a while. And then I actually took a course on mind mapping. And I thought, those are kind of cool. And then I took on a course on mind mapping for public speaking. And these were essentially shown in there. And I thought, you know, next sermon I preach, I'm going to try that. And the first time I tried it, I never went back. Never went back after that. Victor says, seems like a good method, easier to see your points. Yeah, it is essentially an outline, but it's an outline with colors and direction. It's got a spatial element to it, which makes it a lot easier to follow, at least for me. Liam says, that's right, you thought most people do. Yeah, so this is what I do now. It works good for me. My goal, the ultimate goal, would be to preach notesless, no notes whatsoever. But I think I would still create one of these, and then I wouldn't memorize it, but I'd memorize the key ideas, and I think that would help me. But I'm too afraid to preach notesless at this point. So one day I'll preach without notes. But that day is not tomorrow, that's for sure. Victor asks, are you the lead pastor at your church? Yes. Yeah, I'm the lead preaching and teaching pastor at our church. Head pastor. I've been doing it, I know you didn't ask, but I've been doing it, let's see, over a year now. I've been doing it probably 15 months, 15 or 16 months. I've been the lead pastor of our church. Liam says, notes help out so much. Why preach notesless? Every step I've taken, I have felt more and more free in the pulpit, if that makes sense. So when I manuscripted out, I felt very tied to my manuscript. Then after I stopped manuscripting and I started outlining, I felt more free. I would hit a point and I would kind of go off in expression, right? I would start talking openly about things and just whatever came to my mind, right? And that felt amazing. Then, when I went from an outline to mind maps, I felt even more free. Like I was even more able to express myself. And I hit a point in here and I just kind of go off, right? You can see these are essentially bullets and they just guide my mind through the thoughts. And I'm thinking, and it may not be true, Liam, but I'm thinking that if I go completely notesless, I'll be fully free in the sense to just kind of expand on how I can be in the moment. I can be feeling everything. When I have notes, I feel almost tied to them, like I need to go there, I need to mention this, whereas when I am departing from my notes, it feels more in the spirit, if that makes sense. It feels like I'm more free to express what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, and I feel like I'm connecting more with the audience as well. That doesn't mean it's necessarily true, and so I need to think through those ideas, but that is how it feels for me when I'm doing this in the pulpit, right? Rockslide says, you tend to engage with the congregation more when you do not have to constantly refer to your notes. That's right. So what I do right now is and I haven't done this since coronavirus, of course, but with the pulpit there, I'll walk over to the pulpit, I will look down at my notes, it will spark an idea, and then I will walk away from the pulpit and I will explain the idea to the congregation. Imagine never having to walk over to the pulpit and look at the notes at all. Imagine just standing off to the side, talking and thinking, and the notes are in the head, and I can just keep going. And then I can go over to the other side of the stage and just keep going, and I wouldn't have to refer to the notes ever, right? So that's the idea. I don't know that it would actually work that way, but that's the theory behind it for me. Like I said, one day I'll preach notesless, but it's not anytime soon. Rockslide says, my current pastor preaches nearly notesless. That sounds like an awesome pastor. That's really cool, man. I wish I could do that. It'd be amazing. I have a book from H.B. Charles that I bought on how to preach notesless. Where is H.B. Charles? On preaching. Right here. Maybe it's just a chapter he has in it. Right here. You can see I've already been to this chapter before. Preaching Without Notes, chapter 19. This is H.B. Charles. H.B. Charles is an amazing preacher. And he says this. The title of the book is On Preaching, Personal and Pastoral Insights for Preparation and Practice of Preaching. And then he's got this whole chapter, chapter 19, on preaching without notes. And I've read it a few times, and I just, it seems so hard. It seems so scary. Fact of the matter is, once you prepare the message, then you spend at least a couple hours not memorizing it, but getting the message into your brain, right? Like just to where it's like resting there constantly. It's in this state of potential energy, just stored up in your brain, ready to go. That takes additional time. And I find myself increasingly without that additional time that I would desire. So, don't know. Liam says, my pastor uses notes a lot like him, though. Yeah, and I think the closer you can get to what I call an extemporaneous style, the better it can be, usually. Everyone has their own way, but especially me, I think quick on my feet. I do really well in an environment where I'm just in the moment, right? And notes pull me away from that. They don't actually push me into it, right? But somebody who's very thoughtful and likes to be very organized and all of those things might benefit from thorough notes, right? It just depends on the person. But I'm a very extemporaneous, just off the top of my head type of style. That's my style. Rockslide said took him many years to get there. Well, I've only been a pastor for a little over a year, so maybe in a few years I can get to that point. It's encouraging to know, though, that he made it there. Rockslide says, not knocking those who use notes. For some people, it is better to use them. Yeah, no, I understand that. It's a personal goal of mine to go notesless. I don't want to go notesless because your pastor does it, but it's been a personal goal of mine for a long time to go notesless. Liam says, I'm going to go play They Are Billions. Awesome, Liam. Very, very cool. I'll have to check it out. I haven't played that one yet, so I put it on my list, though. And here's is denouement. Denouement is not the climax. It's right before the climax, right? So this is, I guess, the climax of the sermon. Ultimately, even your physiological needs are covered by God, according to Matthew 6. And so if your physiological needs are covered by God, what is truly the only essential? The only essential, truly, is godliness. That's it. That's all you have to worry about. Godliness. Seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, all these things will be added to you. Right? So I basically spend 40 minutes talking in circles to conclude. Godliness is the only essential. God will cover everything else. Denouement is the resolution after the climax. Well, then this is the denouement then. Because the climax is essentially this idea. I have a climax here. Your self-actualization is actually found in Christ, not in yourself. So seek out Christ, and that will fulfill your self-actualization. Then I go into these ideas. And so the denouement is even your physiological needs are covered by God. So the only true essential is godliness. Seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, all these things will be added unto you. That's all we have to worry about. That's all we have to focus on. And then I can just have a brief description of how to practice godliness in light of coronavirus. What is it, Matthew 6? Right here, verse 33. Matthew 6:33. That's it. That's the answer. Matthew 6:33, the only true essential is godliness. How do you do this? How do you perform this? How do you live this way? Well, first it's his kingdom. And his kingdom is established through prayer. Actually, we'll just go. And, well, and what's his kingdom about? His kingdom is about disciples. That's the whole point. So, our task is twofold. Be a better disciple yourself, i.e., seek godliness. Twofold task. Rockslide says, you probably already thought of it, but you can also tie in, man does not live on bread alone. Yeah, but on every word that proceeds out of the mouth of the Father. No, it's a good one. Just trying to think of where I would fit it in, given where I've gone with everything. You'd put it right in here with Matthew 6:19 to 34. I think that'd be a relevant spot for it. And I think it would fit well. Rockslide says probably just a thought. Yeah. It'd be one of those ones that would be good to kind of pop off with. So sometimes it can be rhetorically helpful to hammer the same point in different ways. Just boom, 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 boom. And so that would, I think, be the best use of that, most relevant. His kingdom and his righteousness. That's what this is all about. It's all about his kingdom. His kingdom is made up of disciples. So you have a twofold task. Be a better disciple. And encourage others to be better disciples. And that's it. That's what we're doing. It's the whole point of it all. Whoa. Did not mean to do that. So get back to the right place. Pray, obey, read. Just basic discipleship things. And encouraging others, we need to do this with both unbelievers. Encouraging them to be better disciples is to encourage them to embrace Christ, right? And then we can do this with believers. Encourage one another in the Lord. And that's it. It's done, guys. There it is. Tomorrow's sermon. The essentials. We're going to start with talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Talk about how this is a worldly view of what the essentials are. I'm going to put the hierarchy on a slide so people can look at it. I'm going to talk about it in general. And then I'm going to talk about how, look, you've kind of absorbed Maslow's hierarchy just from living in life, so you need to consciously counteract that idea. Then I'm going to talk about what is a godly view of the essentials. And then I'm going to talk about how do we live in light of that. And then ultimately the conclusion is going to be seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, all these things will be added unto you, or godliness with contentment is great gain. And that's where the focus is going to be. If you do those things, boom, you're in. That's what we ought to be doing. That's where we ought to be focused. All right, guys. Sermon is done. It only took 4 hours, but we finished it. Okay? So I've been streaming 4 hours, 5 minutes. I may transition into some AoE. Let me, give me a second here. Let me touch base and figure out what I need to do the rest of the day. And then one of two things is either going to happen. Either I'm going to transition right now into playing some games, or I am going to then shut the stream down now, and then I will pick up and stream a little bit later tonight, probably. So one of those two things is going to happen. Not sure yet. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, and I'm going to figure out what the rest of the day is going to look like. So let me throw that BRB on here. And There we go. Be right back, guys. Alright guys, I'm back. Looks like we don't need to head out too soon, so I'm actually going to play some games. So, for those watching on YouTube or Facebook, thanks for joining me guys. But this is where this stream ends. I've finished up my sermon prep, and so thank you again for joining me. And I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. So take care, God bless, and bye now. So that's YouTube and Facebook.